at my discretion, what I have decided to do is to limit public comment to 2 minutes. People were given notice of that yesterday who requested public comment. I know that nearly all of you who have requested public comment, I'm sure, have written that down. So what I am encouraging you to do and would like you to do is to upload what you plan to give as oral public comment, provided to the commission as written public comment, so that we have the ability to see all of your public comment and consider it. You need to do that within 48 hours of today's meeting. Please direct all public comment to matters that are before the commission and within our statutory duties under ORS 151-216. We will not hear public comment regarding items that are not within our authority, specifically personnel issues that are not related to the executive director's performance, and individual cases or individual defendants that is specifically exempted from our statutory authority and is not appropriate for public comment. A little more information about how we're going to proceed with public comment. If you're appearing on virtual public comment, I'm going to set a timer, and I'm going to set a timer for 2 minutes, and when it's going to be an audible timer. And when your time is up, you're going to be muted and will be sent out of the panelist mode to back to being in the I don't know what it's called, but the viewing mode. And I'm sorry for that, but we have a number of items that we need to address, and that's just what's going to happen. So please upload your public comments so that we do have the opportunity to review it. And I'll start with virtual public comment first. I also want to acknowledge that we've received written public comment from Carl McPherson, Olcott Thompson, and Stacy Lowe. And I have for virtual public comment, Kevin Neely, Heather Busby, Addie Smith, Joel Wirtz, Olcott Thompson, Shannon Wilson, Stacy Redding, Carl McPherson. I will call people in that order, and if you're not there the first time, I'm going to move on to the next person. And in person, I have Clint Osborne and Colin Murphy. With that, we'll start with Mr. Neely, Kevin Neely. And Mr. Neely, before you start, I want to apologize to you about our last commission meeting. I was informed after public comment that you did not give public comment because the wrong link was provided to you, and I want to apologize to you, and I appreciate you being here this morning. And with that, please go ahead.
Thank you for that. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Kevin Neely, and I work with the Oregon Criminal Justice Truth Project. I'm here today to again comment on the state of indigent defense representation. When I last testified to the Commission in December, there were over 3,600 on the unrepresented list. Today, there are over 3,900. At what point will the Commission acknowledge that either the caseload limits are a failed approach, or more likely that implementation of those limits in 6 key counties is a failed effort? Please read the article by John Gross. I've submitted my testimony and there's a link to it. He's the director of Public Defender Project at the University of Wisconsin School of Law. His thorough analysis of the National Public Defense Workload Study is timely and accurate. Not only does he question the methodology, he notes that the findings must be viewed as aspirational, not implementable. Allow me to paraphrase a telling statement. Quote, "I don't think the authors of the report are unaware of the consequences that will follow if public defenders are able to institute the recommended workloads. Without lawyers, cases can't go forward. The criminal legal system will grind to a halt. Legislators won't be able to scale up their indigent defense delivery systems. It would be prohibitively expensive, and there just aren't enough attorneys available, even if they were willing to spend the money. So if they can't increase the supply of attorneys, they will have to reduce the demand. That means decriminalization and decarceration. This is a policy-based decision." His point has been proven. The system is grinding to a halt. Once again, Oregon is a petri dish for criminal justice policy that, in writing, some may find compassionate and aspirational, but in practice fails the very people it intends to serve. The decriminalization bill, championed by OCDLA, failed to get out of committee. With one exception, the proposals you are considering today do very little to end the crisis in our communities and impacts to defendants, victims, and the courts. Yes, they merit your adoption. In particular, the provision allowing for rigorous enforcement of the contract, a tool we believe is already at the Commission's disposal.
Thank you, Mr. Neely. All right, Heather Busby. Please go
Hi,
ahead.
thank you, Chair Nash and Commissioners. My name is Heather Busby. I'm the Executive Director of Youth Rights and Justice based in Multnomah County. I'm writing to express concerns with the vacancy policy and as this affected and how it affects leaves up to 12 weeks protected under the Federal Family Medical Leave Act, the Oregon Leave Act, and Paid Leave Oregon. A leave is not a vacancy, but that's currently how the agency is defining it. The proposed policies do not differentiate between leave and vacancy, despite input from providers asking this to be addressed. Further, the policies would financially penalize providers when an attorney takes protected leave of 60 days or more. Per the contracts, funding amounts per attorney FTE include overhead and support staff. These amounts are not just for attorney salary. Therefore, cutting funding based on an attorney being out on protected leave for a period of time would negatively impact operational capacity for many providers. Work continues while an attorney is out, including the work of investigators, paralegals, and others. While an attorney is on leave, we do not stop taking appointments or serving that attorney's clients, but provide coverage and shift responsibilities temporarily and to a different attorney. This is normal course of operations in a legal office. Further, during the time the attorney is on leave, we still pay their salary, are still responsible for payroll taxes, insurance, and other benefits while they are out. Finally, the agency's interpretation of vacancy would likely put OPDC in violation of the Americans with Disabilities Act and Oregon's disability discrimination laws. We urge the Commission to reconsider adopting policies that put providers in the position of not being able to financially support attorneys while they're on federally protected and state protected leave. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Busby. All right, Addie Smith.
Hello, my name is Addie Smith. Today I am speaking before the Oregon Public Defense Commission. Today is Wednesday, April 16th, 2025. Oregon's African American demographic is less than 2%, but the number of African American people in this state's injustice system exceeds 9%. The prison custody population of African Americans in Oregon has increased 347%. Every level of court in this state is racist. It is incumbent upon us to be diligent in ensuring that unrepresented persons in Oregon courts are receiving attorneys who are timely, attorneys who show up to court, attorneys who aren't on vacation when appointed to cases, attorneys who are prepared to demand jury trials on behalf of their clients, unwilling to succumb to friendships with judges and prosecuting attorneys, attorneys who are willing to speak out against injustices and violations of the law by judges and prosecuting attorneys. Right now, this is not happening. OPDC must not rush to simply provide a body that has a bar number to a defendant, which is also happening a lot. OPDC must also provide that attorneys, unrepresented persons Oregon's unrepresented persons have an attorney whose services are more than adequate. The contract and even hourly wage attorneys must understand that their services are effective, thorough, with preservations of rights, legally sound, and just. No more adequate services. Oregon OPDC must provide updated contracts that will not pay attorneys if they do not go to court or send an attorney to court on their behalf. OPDC must also provide in the updated contracts that attorneys who do not meet in person with their clients within 48 hours clock in with their location at court and clock out when they leave court, and provide court's time and attendance at status hearings, trials, and anything else on behalf of their clients. Provide a working phone number with the jail so that their clients may contact them. Investigate all defenses provided by the client, and provide audio transcripts from the hearing, and all documents submitted to the court on their client's case to their client will not be paid. OPDC must reduce pay.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Joel Wertz.
Good morning, Chair Nash, Director Campy, members of the commission. My name is Joel Wirtz. I'm the executive director at Deschutes Defenders. That is the nonprofit in Bend, Oregon. I'm testifying in opposition to the contract modification proposal for partial weighting for subsequent attorneys. That is to say, the proposal that second attorney would only be given 50% case credit. I'll start with a quote from Charlie Munger. "Show me the incentives and I'll show you the outcome." This is an incentive for attorneys to do half the effort. This is our experience here in Bend. The vast majority of cases that get transferred within our office between attorneys is because those are the most difficult cases with the most difficult clients. They take the most time. My attorneys who raise their hands to take these tough cases, they are the most dedicated attorneys. An agency and the commission need to acknowledge that these attorneys are the most important to our system, and we shouldn't belittle them by only giving them half credit. Last year, 6 attorneys in my office left. The remaining attorneys were giving these hard cases with the hardest clients. They did the extra meetings to reestablish attorney-client relationship. They went through all the discovery. They prepped for a trial. The de facto rule should be 100% case credit. And we should create another rule for those few cases where, in fact, there is only 50% of the time. For example, for diversions or delinquencies, which we keep open, but they're in probation status. My ability to recruit 8 attorneys in the last year was predicated on the commission's votes to move forward towards national standards and ORS 151216 that outline.
Thank you, Mr. Wirtz. All right, Olcott Thompson.
Good morning, Chair Nash and members of the commission. I'm Olcott Thompson, the Executive Director of the Marion County Association of Defenders, MCAD. Judge Lipscomb is one of my predecessors. MCAD is a member of the Oregon Defense Consortium Association. I'm speaking from the perspective of a consortia. I have struggled what to say to you because so much is wrong with what is happening with the agency and its treatment of the private bar members of a consortia, among other issues. I've submitted written testimony both this month and last month about the agency's proposed policies, and I will speak briefly about those policies. Someone described the proposed policies as punitive, and that is what they are. Like many other actions of the agency, are just a continuation of its actions to eliminate as many members of the private bar as possible. All those policies will do is increase the departure of private attorneys. They will do absolutely nothing to increase the time an attorney has to devote to representing appointed clients. Whether you give me 100%, 75%, or 50% credit for representing a client I received because another attorney withdrew does not change the work I will do for that client. It only creates the fiction that I have more time available and further devalues the work I do. The same is true for a client I withdraw from representing. Threatening attorneys with reduction of pay because they are not meeting their artificial MAC, and then having to spend time justifying why they are not at that illusionary level, will only drive more people from this system. OPTC is supposedly contracting for time, but then measuring contract compliance against the number of cases. That only reinforces the reality that OPDC is continuing to enter into statutorily prohibited, unethical, and unconscionable.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Shannon Wilson.
Thank you, members of the commission. I want to speak to contract compliance policy, specifically the prong of this policy of requiring contract administrators to assure attorneys working under the contract maintain caseloads of at least 85%. As lawyers, we must rely on today's professional standards to shape our expectations of our practice. We cannot ignore them. And most importantly, No lawyer can ask or suggest that another lawyer commit negligence and ignore professional standards for care for our clients. But this agency's max standard, even 85% of that caseload standard, is long expired and much older than the majority of Oregon public defenders doing this work. The ABA and the National Center for State Courts found these outdated standards to, quote, significantly underestimate the time required for public defenders to provide reasonably effective assistance of counsel to their clients pursuant to prevailing professional standards. I'm asking the commission from one lawyer to another to not approve standards that grossly underestimate the time required to practice law. We must not encourage or accept negligence within our noble practice. And with that in mind, I want to end with a quote from Director Plummer in Lane County, who states, I would urge OPDC to stand with providers in acknowledging that increasing caseloads cannot and should not be the solution to the crisis that we face today. Public defenders show up each and every day to advocate for the rights of Oregon citizens. But in this moment, we need our own advocate. I urge OPDC to be that advocate and to resist calls to solve a system-wide crisis on the backs of our public defenders. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Stacy Redding.
Chair Nash, members of the commission, my name is Stacy Redding. I have more than 17 years of experience as a public defender in Oregon. I'm the executive director of MDI in downtown Portland. I'm a member of the Public Defenders of Oregon. I acknowledge that the agency and commission are under immense political pressure to create additional attorney capacity without additional investments in public defense. I also acknowledge that the agency and commission do not have the authority to promote responsible or efficient practices from the prosecutors or courts in our crisis counties. And while we know that Oregon must shift to a workload model for public defenders, we're still operating with arbitrary and excessive MAC case numbers in our provider contracts and underlying our budget forecasting. This morning, as you discuss proposed contract changes, I would highlight items 3 and 4 of our PDO written materials regarding the early withdrawal policy and the credit for subsequent attorneys policy. PDO's proposal would tweak the agency's proposals by allowing defenders who have invested hours of work in cases in these postures to document that work and receive fair and appropriate credit for that work. Our PDO proposal is in line with Commissioner Mandelberg's suggestion in last Thursday evening's work group meeting. Oregon needs more public defenders to ensure we provide adequate representation for all. We must retain our existing hardworking and dedicated defenders and recruit new defenders. I urge the agency and commission to stand by your workforce. Discounting and discrediting the work our lawyers are doing will drive more defenders away from this noble but demanding profession. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Redding. Carl McPherson.
Good morning, Chair Nash, Executive Director Campy, members of the commission. I submitted testimony or public comment on behalf of Public Defenders of Oregon. Of course, I agree with what's in that public comment. Would ask this commission to really read, consider, and consider the alternatives, not just the context for the alternatives, but the alternatives themselves with every single policy decision that you're going to be voting on, presumably today. MAC is arbitrary, as has already been stated, and has been weaponized against us. Individuals in the system outside of public defenders view MAC as a minimum. They replace the M with minimum rather than maximum. They ignore the fact that MAC is completely out of line with the other metrics that we have, which is outlined in the letter. They ignore the fact that ethical requirements control. They ignore the fact that not every attorney can handle the same number of cases. They ignore body cam jurisdictions, heavy trial jurisdictions, the fact that in Multnomah County in particular, we have the worst jail access in the state, where almost every week, if not every day, there's some aspect of jail access that is shut down so we can't see or talk to our clients. There are significant contributors to the unrepresented crisis. There are systemic problems as well. I do want to focus very quickly on the chart that talks about time and their partial representation credit. Currently under the contract, if you withdraw from a murder case on day 45, you get full credit. That's a windfall to the provider they shouldn't receive. Full and partial credit should all be based on estimated number of hours worked on a case, period. The chart within the letter on page 4 explains the number of hours. Please remember that the number of hours contemplated by the contract is only accurate for misdemeanors, because the other types of cases, you have a full caseload coming into the new contract year. So that doesn't contemplate that, the chart. It does for misdemeanors, presuming it's a brand new attorney, 5.25 hours per misdemeanors what the contract contemplates. We have body cam footage, meeting a client, reviewing discovery, going to court, almost always exceeds 5.25.
Thank you, Mr. McPherson. That, I believe, covers all of the people who have signed up for virtual public comment. Clint Osborne.
Chair Nash, members of the commission, my name is Clint Osborne. I'm currently, I'm currently the executive director of Southern Oregon Public Defender here in Jackson and Josephine counties. I have an attorney who's recently leaving my office as of this week. Will be joining OPDC. I asked him to put some words in, so these are his words verbatim. Working as a public defender is the most unique and varied challenge of any professional job I participated in. We're required to navigate complicated relationships with our clients, their families, the state, the courts, and even victims in some cases, all while the clock is ticking. The criminal justice system wants to move things forward, but we are a piece of it, so we can really gum up the works. This leads to a unique tension where doing our job most effectively leads to more time required and often more pushback from all the parties mentioned above. We are stewards of a wave that never crashes and it wears on people over time. In November of 2024, I received my major felony qualification from OPDC. Similar to when I started receiving lesser felony cases, I had to revamp my approach to strategy and organization to work these new cases in what I feel is a constitutionally sound manner. The difference this time around is the amount of work up front I need to be doing with these major felony cases. Due to a combination of things, including a steady flow of cases, an increasing number of lodge clients, and the random nature of a large amount of my cases setting for trial, I was stuck with some tough personal decisions. I could either work my cases less and let the chips fall where they may, or I could work more, consistently more than 40 hours, and spend less time with my partner and children. 10 out of 10 times I choose the latter because I take my oath to the Constitution seriously. Ultimately, I decided to leave my current position because I do not want to consistently and indefinitely be faced with that choice. I accepted a position with the OPDC Trial Division, where I'll be better compensated, have access to more resources to work my cases more effectively, and be subject to a more favorable caseload model over time. To be clear, I believe it is the best way to keep attorneys long-term, as well as attract new ones. I understand that the waters are politically turbulent right now, and it is likely difficult to procure even more money for public defense without some agreement or inclination to bump caseloads up further. However, I caution against any measures to that end, as I feel.
I have to stop you because I have to be consistent with the time. Thank you very much. Colin Murphy.
Chair Nash, members of the commission, good morning. I'm a public defender here in Medford, working at Southern Oregon Public Defender. I've been a public defender for 10 years this coming July. Today, I'm concerned that some of the policies that we are discussing may actually exacerbate the problems we face instead of resolve them. The U.S. Supreme Court once stated, quote, "There can be no equal justice when the kind of trial a man gets depends on the amount of money he gets," end quote. Yet society has long measured public defense not by the quality of representation, but by the number of cases that can be disposed of for the least amount of money possible and as quickly as possible. This is why our clients often refer to us as public pretenders or dump trucks. What the system often sees as efficient, our clients rightfully call cheap. The policy proposal for partial wait when a second attorney comes on board causes me concern because other people's files are almost always organized differently than mine. I usually have to start all over again from the beginning. Thus, taking over a file from another attorney is often much more difficult than getting a new file. Finally, the contract compliance policy causes me concern because it reduces ethical obligations to not do more work than you are able to a numbers game. A policy of, quote, "make your numbers or your funding gets cut," end quote, encourages unethical, poor representation and is a step backwards. Precisely what many district attorneys want and are currently pushing for. We've been accused of a work stoppage, yet we already take more cases than the ABA and the state of Washington recommend. Case caps are not a work stoppage. Instead, they are about respecting ethics rules, which prosecutors are supposed to champion. Our clients are people, not numbers. I thus ask that you please keep the focus on quality representation and resist any efforts to return public defense to cut rate representation. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Right, that concludes the public comment portion of our agenda. Apparently I'm still timing, so let me stop that or we're gonna. All right. I think with the commission and the executive director's consent, I'd like to reword the agenda a little bit. The public comment has been largely about the contract policy changes approval, and I think it makes sense for us to take that up first. While we have a lot of commissioners present, Mr. Reinhardt's nodding his head, and while we have a lot of providers present, I want to be mindful and respectful of all the attorneys who have taken time out of their day to be here today, both virtually and in person. I know everyone is busy, and I think it makes sense for us to take that up first. So with that, let's turn to discussion and action item about contract policy changes. Director Campbell.
Thank you, Chair Nash, members of the commission. Just give Mara a second to get the slides up. Perfect. So we're going to talk about the proposed contract policy changes. And next slide, please. We are under some time constraints to make decisions about these policies today because they would impact our 25-27 contracts. And so with that impending deadline for that contract cycle, the agency really does need decisions to be made by the commission today. And so this is the last date on our timeline. As you all can see, there are 8 proposed policy changes: partial waiting for early withdrawal, warrant removal policy, a co-counsel policy, a second or subsequent attorney policy, contract compliance policy, reduced caseloads for first-year attorneys, and a vacancy policy. The agency has taken the suggestion from commissioners to create a data on these policies to show what the impact would be on MAC across the state. Laura, if you could pull up the second slide, please. Thank you. Ooh, that is hard for me to see. I think I'm gonna have to pull it up in my email. My eyes are not good enough for that.
Can you make that bigger? Because I can't even see it. Thank you.
And I wanted to demonstrate with very few slides for the commission today because I feel like the better use of the commissioner's time is for you all to discuss these policies rather than for me to walk through a lengthy discussion of each policy with you.
So with that, I'm sorry, just procedure wise, how I think it might make sense to talk about these one at a time. So introduce, discuss, and I know that the partial waiting, really, we should discuss those together, but I think it's easier if we do them one at a time.
Okay, so let's start with the reduced caseloads for first-year attorneys. The first policy on this is the one that ends 008. That policy applies only to the PCRP program, and therefore it doesn't have any MAC impact. That's because the PCRP program is not under the MAC model, so it wouldn't impact that because it doesn't use that metric. It would reduce open caseloads for first-year public defenders in that program from 80 open cases down to 55 open cases for the time period that they're in that program. It is very closely related to the reduced caseload program for first-year attorneys under the criminal and juvenile models. That is the policy that ends in 009. This would decrease the overall MAC for a first-year lawyer by 33% from 300 annual misdemeanors down to 200 annual misdemeanors. This policy, as a standalone policy, would cost the agency 10 max statewide. So it would be a reduction in our capacity in the misdemeanor level. But it does acknowledge behavior that we're already seeing happening in the ground. So many misdemeanor lawyers, first-year lawyers are already not meeting that 300 misdemeanor threshold. So we do think that we would have more accurate reporting in terms of MAC utilization if the commission were to adopt this policy. And I would note that we have received feedback, and you have in your public comments, that this is a step in the right direction, but does not get the agency all the way to national or Oregon best practices.
Right.
Yeah, given the public comments about MAC, and the pretty universal opposition to using MAC, I just want to be absolutely sure, and I think I know the answer, but I want to get it on the record, that now that we're in the executive branch and dealing with the governor's budget, we do not have the freedom to depart from MAC. That's the way the budget is written. And that's what we are going to use for the next biennium because of that. Is that correct?
It's correct that MAC is the way that our budget is written. So we switched to the DAS Office of Economic Analysis doing caseload caseload forecasting for public defense in Oregon as part of Senate Bill 337. We've done 3 rounds of that caseload forecasting. The agency is required to price the forecast, and we price the forecast based on the units in which we buy public defense services under our current service level budget. And so when we buy public defense services under our current service level budget, we are buying those services under a MAC model. Therefore, our current service level budget is built under a MAC model. That's the same as the governor's budget current service level. That is, so that is the model that's being built out. In order to move from a MAC model to a workload model, we would have to develop a policy option package, and that would have to be moved forward by the governor's office and eventually adopted by the legislature to change models.
And so we're dealing with MAC, even though last year the commission expressed a preference for a workload model. We are not able to do that under the current budget.
The commission directed the agency to move to a workload model, and the agency took the commission's direction and built a policy option package based on that workload model. That was part of the agency's requested budget, but was not part of the governor's requested budget, and is not moving forward at the legislature at this time.
Thank you. So that was my understanding, but I thought it was important to get it on the record that the commission is not all powerful and not always able to implement the policies we would prefer to implement.
Commissioner Leininger has his hand raised. Oh, thank you. Commissioner Leininger.
Hi, thank you. First, I wanted to apologize that I can't be at the meeting in person. I'm from Southern Oregon. I wish I could be down there. I teach at the University of Oregon School of Law and am not able to break away, so I'm here on Zoom. I wanted to speak right away in strong support of the reduced caseload program for first-year attorneys, and wanted to share my perspective as one who is encouraging law school graduates to consider this career path. People are very daunted by the prospect of immediately being overwhelmed by excessive caseloads. And I think if we were to abandon this provision, and I know we're under a lot of pressure to increase caseloads across the board, I think that would be a short-sighted move, because in the long run, it would restrict the pipeline of new attorneys we need from law schools. And by the way, thank you very much, Commissioner Mandelberg, for that clarification. I agree. It's frustrating that we don't have the freedom to enact an optimal policy.
Thank you. From our work group sessions, from our prior commission meetings, and just generally today, I believe that there is a consensus that we should move forward on this, but I want to offer the opportunity for other commissioners who may want to ask questions or don't feel that this is a policy we should adopt to talk about that. So please, if there's anyone who has questions or is not in favor of this, speak up. Otherwise, I'll move to call for a vote.
It's not that, it's not that I have a question, I do have a comment. It just seems like the agency and the commission are the fall guys. It doesn't matter about, I mean, we're really trying to fix this thing, and it doesn't matter once it reaches that level. And I'm so frustrated with the fact that the agency is the fall guy, the commission is the fall guy. I agree with you, Commissioner Vandenberg. We don't have all power. I mean, it's so frustrating. We all know what the issue is. They know what the issue is, and no one. I'm done with my comment. I'm so frustrated. This is welcome to my world, because that's why I'm on the commission. That's how it feels.
Commissioner Reinhardt has his hand raised. Reinhardt.
Thank you. I agree with my fellow commissioners' comments. I just have a question and a comment. Actually, I guess they're both questions. The first question is on PCRP. I agree that that should be commiserately reduced, but it seems like the crisis is in criminal defense, not PCRP as quite as badly. I'm just talking about which house we try to put the fire out on first. So if it's a question of resources between the two, it seems like the priority needs to be on first year reduction for misdemeanor attorneys so that we can keep the pipeline going. I completely agree with my colleague, Professor Leiniger, on this one. So I guess my question is, do we have the money to do both? Because if not, it seems like triaging the misdemeanors is really even more important, although I really do support PCRP. The second question is, I didn't really feel like I got a full answer to Commissioner Vandenberg's question on whether we could go to an open caseload model. I understand we don't have the money to go to a full caseload model. As long as I've been watching commission meetings, this is more than 10 years now, the commission has never had the money to do what we want to do. So given that we don't have the money, what percentage could we fund, if Dr. Camphy, if you know the answer to this question, what percentage of an open caseload model could we fund with our money right now if we moved to an open caseload model for the upcoming biennium? I realize it wouldn't be complete because our POP was not approved, but what percentage could we fund if we went there?
So why don't I try to answer the first part of your question, which isn't the number part. So the issue is there's a DAS case forecast. The legislature is presumably going to fund us fully to cover, well, that's a big presumption. We will be funded at some level to cover some portion, maybe 100%, maybe not 100% of the forecasted caseload. That money is going to be based on the current service level budget, which is a MAC model. If we did not follow the legislative directive to continue with the MAC model and use the money in a manner that was not legislatively prescribed, I think it would make things very difficult for the executive director and the commission, especially given the fact that the legislature is simultaneously trying to strip the commission and the executive director of independence. So I hear you. I don't necessarily disagree that that would be preferable, but it is very perilous, and I would be very reticent to. Well, I don't think that we can disobey. I mean, we're lawyers; we can't disobey a law, right? So there are issues, legal issues with that as well. But I understand the sentiment, believe me, and I don't think there's a single commissioner that disagrees with anything that Commissioner Harvey said.
Yeah.
So that's the shorter answer without getting to, or the longer answer, I mean, without getting to the number piece. All right. With that, if there's no further discussion, I need a motion to, well, let's do this in two parts. First, first, is there a motion to reduce the PCRP requirements for first-year attorneys from 80 to 55?
So moved.
And is there a second?
Second.
All right, we need a roll call vote.
Commissioner Nash,
Can you come back to me?
Commissioner Vandenberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Harvey,
Yes.
Commissioner Lipscomb,
Yes.
Commissioner Buckley,
Yes.
Commissioner Harris,
Yes.
and Commissioner Leininger.
Yes.
I'll vote yes.
Thank you.
All right, then, is there a motion to reduce the criminal caseload from 300 weighted misdemeanors to 200 weighted misdemeanors for first-year attorneys?
So moved.
And a second,
Second.
and a vote, please.
Commissioner Nash,
Yes.
Commissioner Vandenberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Harvey,
Yes.
Commissioner Lipscomb,
Yes.
Commissioner Buckley,
Yes.
Commissioner Harris,
Yes.
and Commissioner Leininger.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. And then moving next to the co-counsel policy.
Thank you. So this policy would create a lot more clarity for co-counsel within our contract structure. Currently, we don't have stated co-counsel rules, and so this would state the rules for co-counsel, which we think will be really helpful. It is difficult to tell what the exact impact is because currently on our caseload reports, we have an optional column for co-counsel. So we don't think that it's currently being tracked in a consistent way. Although our expectation is that this would increase MAC because when we look at the case types on which co-counsel is being assigned within our current caseload reports, we're seeing it used really heavily on misdemeanor cases and cases where it looks like somebody might be leveling up, like second chairing a minor felony case in order to move from misdemeanors to minor felonies. And that was probably more appropriately considered a supervision role than a true co-counsel role. So the new policy says when co-counsel would be expected. So the cases for which co-counsel would be mandatory would be aggravated murder and murder in the first degree and juvenile waiver cases. So cases where kids are being waived into adult court for prosecution. The cases for which co-counsel would be presumptive, meaning that we assume that you need co-counsel, but you don't need pre-approval, but we're not requiring it, would be other life sentence cases. So murder in the second degree, Jessica's Law, and felony sex cases that carry a life sentence. All other co-counsel cases would need to be pre-approved by the agency, and we've set forth criteria by which that approval would be appropriate based on the severity of the charges, complicated or novel issues of law or fact, the need to mentorship lawyers, not having local counsel that is sufficiently qualified to represent, and others. So we should be able to track the ways in which co-counsel is used on those lesser cases to a greater degree under this policy.
Thank you. I have a question about the policy. I noticed in, I believe it was Mr. McPherson's written public comment, he brought up concern about the requirement to ask the court for the appointment of co-counsel and suggested instead that it should be by OPDC policy whether co-counsel is appointed. And I thought that that was a good point because you could run the risk of either having a judge appoint when policy didn't allow for an appointment or conversely not appoint when policy did allow. So I'm wondering if the agency has considered that or would like to talk about the effect of that or just generally whether that should be, that portion should be changed.
I saw Mr. McPherson's comments and agree that public defense should be the folks that are in charge of the appointment process. Under our current structure, the court appoints counsel, so the court has to fill out a court order that appoints somebody on a case. And so that is not going to change. OJD is still going to control the judge signing on a court order that says this lawyer is appointed and similarly this lawyer is removed. So we can approve it and we can approve it for their caseload reporting, but if it's not in alignment with the Oregon Judicial Department's business process, then we will see a further fracturing of OJD data from ODC data, where we may be calling cases say the lawyer's appointed on a case that OJD doesn't. So I think there's room for us to perhaps partner with OJD there and work on some process pieces. So certainly whether or not co-counsel is approved on a case could be an OPDC function, but the agency doesn't have the ability to fill out that court order.
So similar to kind of a PAE issue. So it's a payment issue rather than a court order issue. I mean, I'm kind of sorting this into buckets. So if you get appointed on if you get co-counsel appointed on a case where the agency says this isn't an appropriate co-counsel case, then it might be that co-counsel isn't paid or isn't given weight. By paid, I mean given credit for it. Is that what you're saying?
So yeah, we have multiple programs, right, that address public defense. So if we did not approve somebody for co-counsel, it would not be appropriate for that person to list that case on their caseload report if they're under contract. So we would not expect that case to be listed on the co-counsel's caseload report unless they've been approved by the agency or in one of those presumptive categories. For hourly attorneys, we would not authorize an hourly attorney and would not pay bills for an hourly attorney.
Thank you for clarifying that. I think that I just want to make sure that people understand that very clearly, that if you circumvent the rules, so I think that probably needs to be written in somewhere. If you circumvent the rules and it isn't a category that's approved, then the agency could still deny compensation, however the compensation would be for that accounted for. Okay. Any other questions or any comments?
I'm just wondering about the process for determining approval. Is that going to be a problem? Do you already have a policy drafted for that, or is that going to be developed in partnership with other?
The process will need to be developed. We do not have very much process at all around co-counsel right now because it has been an area that has very little agency policy on it historically. So there is work to do for us to develop a process, and we are happy to do that in a collaborative way.
Any questions or concerns or thoughts from commissioners on video? Any concerns about the policy moving forward? All right, with that, I will ask for a motion adopting the policy. So the plan to have a policy, the co-counsel policy as labeled by the agency today.
So,
and a second.
Second.
All right, can we have a vote?
Commissioner Nash,
Yes.
Commissioner Vandenberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Harvey,
Yes.
Commissioner Lipscomb,
Yes.
Commissioner Buckley,
Yes.
Commissioner Harris,
Yes.
and Commissioner Leininger.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving next to, and let's take up the partial waiting for early withdrawal and partial waiting for subsequent attorney policies together.
On the partial waiting for early withdrawal cases, this is an area where the agency anticipates that we would see increased MAC capacity would we implement this policy. It would assign partial case weight to cases if a lawyer withdraws before the case is closed. And it provides direction for a lawyer about when to close cases, like what it means to close a case. The partial weighting is based on the crime seriousness, given the average time to disposition of certain crime types. And so it would provide no weight if if the lawyer withdraws from the case within the first 5 days. That actually is an expansion from the policy as it was written before it came before the commission last time, which was only 24 hours. Our current contracts have that 5-day rule. It's not something we've received a lot of negative feedback on. And the reason to expand it out to the 5 days is that oftentimes people are still identifying current client or former client conflicts during that first 5-day period as they're getting discovery in on their cases. The drawback of implementing the 5-day rule is we do expect lawyers to meet with their clients within the first 5 days. And so if they meet with their client and then identify a conflict, they would not be getting any case weight, even though we do know that lawyers are working on their cases within the first 5 days. Commissioner Harvey?
Is that the only reason that an attorney would withdraw conflict of interest? In the first 5 days?
There could be other reasons why a lawyer would, yes, it would be a conflict of interest, but the conflict of interest could arise from different sources. So one source could be they represented the co-defendant or something like that, which is a very straightforward type of conflict of interest. Another conflict of interest could be the client and the lawyer immediately identify that they are not going to be able to work well together. And they withdraw for that type of a conflict. And then the other type of conflict that we might see within the first 5 days is that the lawyer says, I have an excessive caseload. I ethically can't provide representation for this client at this time. And so they quickly move to withdraw from the case and a court grants it. So I would expect those would be the 3 types of conflicts we might see in the first 5 days.
Thank you.
I have 2 questions. Under the early withdrawal policy updates since the March 26th draft, you say flexibility to attorneys who feel the work they performed is greater than the work accounted for in the policy. Flexibility is achieved through OPDC's extraordinary case circumstances weighting process. So assume an attorney believes that she's not getting enough credit for work done and wants to use the extraordinary case circumstances process. Specifically, what steps does that attorney have to go through under that extraordinary case circumstances weighting process?
Thank you, Commissioner. That is a policy that we've had for a long time, that extraordinary case weight policy. And they submit a document telling us all of the work that they've done on the case and why they should get more credit on that case. That's then reviewed by the trial support and development team, and a decision's made about whether or not to grant more weight. Right now, we don't get that many of them. So I would expect that this policy will result in an increased use of that process. And it's an area where the agency will need to do process work to make sure that we are able to quickly review and administer those extraordinary case credit requests.
Are there criteria currently in place to help the staff decide when to give that credit and when to reject the request?
I will have to look at that policy to give you that information, but my gut is that it's pretty loose.
So I assume that whatever process you develop will include criteria. Will those criteria be published so that the people who apply have some sense of what they're up against?
That sounds like a great idea.
And when can the commission expect or can the commission expect to see a report on what process you're putting in place? And if so, when might we be able to get a glimpse of that?
Okay, I've just gotten a note that they will send me over the extraordinary case credit policy. So I think I can share that what we currently have with the commission. We can certainly bring that to the commission either for review at least, and talk about ways in which we can publicize that information.
Given the hostility toward all this, and my personal need to support, and I think that's probably shared, the lawyers doing this work, I would very much like the commission to be able to see the details of what process is being put in. My second question is, why isn't that same flexibility being provided in the policy for credit for subsequent attorneys? Because we heard in the public comment that often the subsequent attorney, in order to do a decent job, really has to almost start from the beginning in reviewing the case file that exists, even if it's within the same firm. And I certainly can understand why that would be true. Different lawyers approach cases differently. One good reason to have somebody else look at the file is that second person might notice things the first person didn't notice. The first person might not have had a good relationship with the client, with the second lawyer was going to try to remedy that problem. It seems to me that the same flexibility needs to exist in the subsequent attorney's policy. Again, it's not automatic, but a lawyer should be able to explain why more credit is required.
Thank you, Commissioner. And on page 2 of the subsequent attorney policy, it does say attorneys may request additional case weight through a process designated by OPDC.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
But it does not specify that that process is the extraordinary case credit
That's what I
process.
thought.
So
maybe
I agree with you that it would make sense for those policies to reference the same process.
Great.
Yeah, I mean, in my experience, sometimes taking over a case from another lawyer is even more work than if you'd had the case yourself the whole time. So I think the subsequent attorney policy is even more, is problematic without that ability to come in and say, hey, I want full case weight on this because I basically represented this person from day one. And you have to review all the discovery, you have to do your investigation oftentimes. I mean, sometimes not, right? Sometimes you get the case and it's very quickly resolved with a change of lawyer and you don't do very much work. But most of the time, you're doing as much, if not more, than you were if you were on the case from the beginning. So I agree that should be consistent.
So doesn't the type of case dictate what you just described?
Sure.
Okay.
So that's why, I mean, the default would be you get partial credit, but you have the ability to come back and ask for more than that with a specific process. And just a note, I mean, my expectation, I guess really probably our expectation is if we're implementing these in the next contract period, then those policies, even though it's a short timeline, would need to be developed before the next contract period begins. So I'm guessing we'll see those before then. Excuse me.
And for the partial weighting policy, since we started talking about the second or subsequent attorney piece of it, I wanted to be clear that the second or subsequent attorney reduction of weight to 50% applies when a second or subsequent attorney is in the same law firm as the attorney that withdrew. So if a law firm is appointed to represent a client, the first lawyer withdraws for whatever reason, perhaps they have left that law firm for retention issues, and the case gets reassigned within the law firm, that's when the 50% reduction would occur for the second lawyer. So the law firm would not receive more than 150% case weight for that case. The policy is also written to say that when reassigning a case to a second or subsequent attorney, first, it needs to be reassigned within the same law firm. Second, it needs to be reassigned within the same entity. So if it's, say, a consortia, it does, if you have both a public defender's office and a consortia in a community, one consortia member withdraws from a case that gets reassigned within that consortia first, then within the same judicial district. So it would go from the consortia potentially to the public defender's office. And then we look for lawyers outside of that judicial district. And that's in part because under the MAC policy, we provide additional case waiting for people who are taking cases from outside of that jurisdiction. There is data work for the agency to do here. We know within the public defender offices, the nonprofit public defender offices, which lawyers all work together in that same law firm. But within the consortia model, we know which lawyers work in the same consortia, but we don't know which lawyers are in the same law firm within a consortia. So we do need to do some data work on our caseload reports in order to implement it.
It looks like Commissioner Harris has his hand up. Commissioner Harris. You're muted.
Yep, thank you. I just wanted to speak in favor of both of these policies. They've been developed over a period of time through work groups and through the agency personnel. There's been some real and legitimate questions and issues raised about these. And I think that many of those can be addressed in the agency guidelines process, particularly as Commissioner Mandelberg pointed out, there is process for extraordinary credit in some of these cases. So I think we need to keep in mind that these are base numbers, base rules that we're going to have in the contract. But again, there are ways to get extra credit in some cases. On the partial waiting for early case withdrawals, I'd point out that actually is sort of a move toward an open caseload workload model. And we're stuck with the MAC, but one of the reasons this policy was adopted is because it does sort of track your open caseloads a little bit closer than a pure MAC system would. And so I think that is a move in that way, in the right direction. It recognizes a reduction in caseload and appropriately adjusts the MAC. We're stuck with the MAC trying to make it fit in the world we'd like to have, but again, this is what we have. On the partial waiting for second or subsequent attorneys, as you pointed out, it only applies to when that happens within a law firm. And if you look at why that happens within a law firm, there's various reasons why a case might get transferred. It could just be because someone left. And you need to think about this partial waiting as you know, some of the work has been done in the law firm with an investigator, with the staff. There's been a relationship built with your staff as well as with the lawyer. There is some less work to do. The other thing is not all of the cases transfer to the hardest ones. Sometimes a lawyer leaves and they've got 50 open cases and not all of them are hard. Some of them are ready to just do a wired plea agreement the next week. So yes, absolutely. There are cases where it gets transferred because these are the hardest of the hardest cases. But when deciding what that reduction should be or the partial credit should be, that's based upon the median case, not the worst case scenario. Because again, we're stuck with the MAC system. So we have to give credits, we have to make some assumptions, but those assumptions can be overcome by the extraordinary credit process as well. So now if me, you know, maybe it's not 50, maybe it should be 60% or 62%, I don't know. But again, I think we had to make some assumptions within this contract, again, with the escape hatch. So I think that is a good policy for now. Maybe it can be changed later on after our experience. Finally, my last comment on this is that I think the agency could adopt a policy. Mr. McPherson talked about this. Other people have talked about this, about these cases that are extra and maybe what the agency is going to do with the guidelines. I would encourage the agency to consider including in their policy on extraordinary credit that if a lawyer is, number one, if you're going to get extra credit, normally you identify those cases pretty darn early in the process. And so if that's the case, give extra weight to an attorney who keeps contemporaneous hourly records of the work done on the case. They can choose not to do that, but if they do choose to do that, again, we would be encouraging people now to go to timekeeping, tracking, data collection, and that's a good policy to have. If they do that under the policy, give them you know, obviously you take that into consideration when granting the extra weight. But again, that doesn't have to be done in the contract. That could be done within the agency as part of their policy. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Any other, thank you very much, Commissioner Harris. I like the suggestion in the policy too, that it would be persuasive to keep time to prove that it's an extraordinary case. I think that would be helpful. All right, Commissioner Reinhardt.
I just want to echo Commissioner Harris's comments, and I think they make a lot of sense. I'm a little worried that given the amount of feedback OPDC received about this particular policy before, while I think the agency is really on the right track with these amendments, I guess from looking at the agenda and looking at the discussion, I don't entirely understand how many revisions have been made in the finalized policy. So not that I get a vote, so y'all can do whatever you want, but I guess I'd be a little leery of voting on this today if there's a way to postpone this particular agenda item just to make sure it's really clear what the final policy is that OPDC would be adopting now. And maybe I'm just missing that, but like I see in the agenda items, it's updates since the March 26th draft. And I see all that, but I wish it were spelled out all together so the commission is really clear on what it is that we're actually voting on today. Because I think there were a lot of productive things that came out of the work session this last week. Thanks.
That's a very good point. And perhaps before we take a vote, I will, let's have the specific bullet points of the policy that we're changing to be clearly laid out so we are voting, so we know exactly what we're voting on. I think that's a good suggestion. Any other comments or concerns or questions before we move to, I do think we need to take a vote on these, but any other questions, concerns? All right. So with that, let's lay out specifically the partial weighting for early withdrawal and then the partial, and we can vote on these separately, the partial weighting for early withdrawal policy that the agency is asking the commission to vote on. Director Campbell,
Oh,
sorry.
thank you. You want me to give more, so the policy is the policy that it appears in your packet, and the
Well, it's a paragraph summary. Do you have a bullet point sort of, I mean, in the materials, it's.
So page 53 of the materials has the policy itself set out in it, and it's policy number 40420000406.
Yeah, I apologize. I was looking at the summary, not the actual policy. So very helpful.
I have asked our staff who worked on updating this policy to give me a bullet point of the changes, and I received the following message. They changed the time frame during which an attorney receives no weight for the case from 24 hours to 5 days to account for conflict checks and conflicts that arise within the first 5 days. There was no change on the flexibility to receive additional weight on cases because the original policy also referenced the extraordinary case credit. So we didn't make any changes there. We deleted reference to the attorney warrant removal policy. And that is because based on the agency's recommendation with regard to that policy that the commission not adopted, we removed it from this policy. So on the warrant removal policy, the total MAC that we would recuperate is relatively low, 1.3 across the contract cycle. We heard feedback from a number of providers that it would impact the service that they were able to provide to their clients on warrant cases. And so taking that into account, the agency's recommendation is that the commission not adopt that policy, and therefore we remove reference to it in the partial weighting policy.
Actually, there's a paragraph that talks about an attorney closes a case because a client has a warrant for 180 days.
180 days.
You're just saying it
instead of-
wasn't changed.
We didn't change it to 90.
Okay, so you didn't remove, you just removed the 90. Okay.
Yeah,
All right,
that's
so
what changed.
I appreciate that. So with that, in our materials, I do see the actual written policy. I apologize. And it is policy 404.200.04.0002006. We know what I'm saying. And is there a motion to adopt that policy for partial waiting for early withdrawal from cases, which just again, for the record, does include a provision to allow for a person to request additional credit based on extraordinary circumstances?
That's in this policy?
It is.
It is on page 54, the second to last paragraph.
It says, OPDC is committed to attorneys being compensated for their work on cases, and attorneys who feel that the amount of work they perform on a case is not reflected in this policy may request extraordinary case waiving as prescribed by OPDC policies. Is there a motion to adopt this policy?
I'll make the motion.
And is there a second?
Commissioner Harris seconds.
Thank you. And a vote?
Commissioner Nash?
Yes.
Commissioner Vandenberg?
Yes.
Commissioner Harvey?
I will go with your, yes.
Commissioner Lipscomb? Commissioner Lipscomb?
Yes.
Commissioner Buckley?
Yes.
Commissioner Harris?
Yes.
Commissioner Leininger?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, and moving on to partial waiting for second and subsequent attorneys, which is policy 404-200-04-007. And that policy is laid out in our materials. And
I will note that the last paragraph of this policy says OPDC is committed to attorneys providing highly skilled client, here it is the second to last. Attorneys may request additional case weight through the process designated by OPDC. And our recommendation would be that any motion include a request for the agency to change that to the extraordinary case credit.
is there a motion to adopt this policy with the change to make it consistent with the early withdrawal language regarding attorneys being permitted to request additional case weight based on the extraordinary circumstances? So,
Commissioner Harris so moves.
Second.
all right, and a vote?
Commissioner Nash?
Yes.
Commissioner Vandenberg?
Yes.
Commissioner Harvey?
Yes.
Commissioner Lipscomb?
Yes.
Commissioner Buckley?
Yes.
Commissioner Harris?
Yes.
And Commissioner Leininger?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, moving on next to the attorney warrant removal policy.
The agency has long had a legacy policy of allowing lawyers to stay on a case for 180 days after a warrant is issued. This is something that we had a lot of conversation about in the past year or so with the Oregon Judicial Department. As much of the Oregon Judicial Department's data shows that the majority of warrants cases that don't return within the first 90 days are not going to return within the next 180 days. Therefore, the agency had created a policy reducing that time period from 180 days to 90 days. When we looked at the data on this policy, it does not recoup us a whole lot of MAC, which makes sense because not a whole lot of people return within that last section. So it tracks that it does not actually buy us a whole lot of MAC back. At the same time, we heard from providers that this would be pretty disruptive for their ability to advocate for their clients once they go on to warrant status. And sometimes people are in warrant status because they're actually incarcerated in a different jurisdiction. So they've got a bench warrant, say in Jackson County, but they are sitting in jail in Josephine County. And so, lawyers and that said that it would reduce their advocacy for clients to remove the ability to stay on the case for 180 days. Considering both of those things, the agency is not requesting that the commission move this policy forward.
Are there any concerns or questions about not moving the policy forward from commissioners? All right, well, I appreciate the agency really looking at the data and making data-informed recommendations, and we very much appreciate the request not to move this forward based on that data considerations. So let's move next to vacancy funding.
The vacancy funding policy change is a really significant policy change for the agency. So under our current vacancy funding policy, once an entity tells us that they have a vacancy, the agency pays for 100% of that position for 60 days. And then for certain entities, we are also paying $72,000 a year prorated monthly for an additional 60 days. So that means that the entity receives funding for a vacancy in full or in part for 120 days. They also retain the ability to fill that position. So they have position hiring authority for the full 120 days. The proposed policy makes some pretty significant changes. The first is that the vacancy funding would immediately be reduced by 50%. So instead of for the first 60 days receiving 100% of the funding, it would be 50% of the funding. The second piece is that it would only extend the position authority for an additional 60 days, or sorry, an additional 30 days. So the position would stay with that entity for a total of 90 days, the last third of which would be unfunded. The agency paid for almost 22 prorated MAC of vacancy in our criminal contracts through the last contract cycle. So this was a significant expense for the agency, where we could have used this money to purchase more lawyers to do work during this time period. The other challenge that the agency faces with the existing policy is we don't have flexibility to hire, to give people position authority to hire when they can hire if the positions are tied up in vacancies within other entities. So for example, if the public defender's office in Jackson County has somebody that they've recruited and they want to hire them, and there's a vacancy in Marion County, we can't say shift it right now because that vacancy sits with the Marion County office for 120 days, and so it can't be moved. So this would shorten that by 30 days and give the agency more ability to move those vacancies where the greatest need is. I will say that our trial support and development team does look at where the vacancy, how many vacancies we have in the system or how much MAC we have in the system to be able to allocate. And when we get hiring requests from entities, we look at the need in that jurisdiction. So we continue to prioritize increasing public defenders in the areas where we have unrepresented persons and very, very high MAC utilization. So those are the places where we're most quick to say, yes, go hire, we'll add to that contract. And then in areas where we have lower MAC utilization, we're not giving folks authority to hire. So even once a position is removed from a contract, the position authority is removed. If that contract is in an area where there is a high need, that area will still be prioritized when they are able to recruit for a position. We have heard a lot of feedback about the intersection of this policy and paid leave. It's a really tricky area for the agency. One of the decisions that has been made with public defense many decades ago was to use a contractor-based system in Oregon where public defenders are independent contractors for the most part. Now that's not true system-wide. We do have state employees at this point in time, but still the majority of public defense work is being done through an independent contractor system. The obligations of the state are different to their employees than they are to independent contractors when it comes to things like paid leave. The statute is different. It treats independent contractors differently than it treats employees. And so I think many providers are rightfully noting that if the state doesn't pay for their staff's paid leave, that creates a significant cost for them, because many of our providers are themselves employers. So the obligation with paid family leave applies to the provider with regard to their employees, but doesn't necessarily apply to the state with regard to the independent contractor. And that is a tricky area for us to navigate. We do want people to be able to have position authority to have people come back into those contracts when they're done with their paid leave, but we don't have a statutory obligation to fund paid leave for independent contractors.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions, comments from commissioners about the vacancy proposals? Commissioner Harris? You're muted, Rob.
Sorry, thanks for that, Director Campy. I had a couple of questions or observations, maybe questions really. How many vacancies are we currently funding in non-crisis counties versus crisis counties? Do you have that data?
I can look for it, but I don't have it top of mind.
Okay. And I don't know if you can have a different policy for crisis versus non-crisis, like if we've had more than X amount of unrepresented people, or there's not. Say we're over contracted in one county, there's a vacancy, we're not going to hold this open for so many times because we want to free that funding up for the crisis counties. I don't know if that's part of your policy or not, but I could see there being a reason to do that. Just at least for now, during the crisis. The second thing is on the paid family leave issue. Now that only applies to businesses with over so many employees, I think. Is that right? And those employees, they pay an extra payroll tax, and then the employee gets paid sort of like unemployment, but through the state, based upon the taxes or premiums the employer was paid. So if that, and that's a state mandated one, I believe. So if that's the case, that doesn't actually cost the law firm any extra dollars because the state's paying that sort of like they would unemployment. The other case is where the law firm or the entity just might have either a union contract, I guess, or a policy that we are going to provide you with funding. If I'm right on that, then I don't know exactly how the state would develop a policy to compensate firms because of their policy that they've adopted, their employment agreements, versus a firm that doesn't, and that, or whether it's even the obligation of the state to do that. But when they say paid family leave, I guess I'd like to know a little bit more about what the people who are concerned about this feel they are obligated to pay their employees, whether it's statutory or whether it's a company policy or employment contract. Do you know the answers? That's sort of complicated. I don't expect you to necessarily know the answers off the top of your head, but am I right about those issues, or do you know, what do you think about that?
Rob, with regard to your question on how many vacancies currently exist and where are they? I've asked the data team and they said they can get that stuff pulled together by tomorrow, but we won't have it today.
Okay.
And then there are multiple paid leave statutes. So you referenced paid leave Oregon. There's also the federal Family Medical Leave Act, and the FEMLA will apply, has applied historically and will continue to apply, I think, differently than the Oregon statute. And I am not an employment lawyer, so I would feel really over my skis to give you a more detailed answer than that.
Right. Thank you.
This is really tricky because on the one hand, we want to support contractors, and we understand that vacancies can't be filled right away and it's difficult to fill them. And then there's the leave issues. But on the other hand, I mean, we can't pay for work that's not being done. I mean, we have an obligation to the taxpayers frankly. And I mean, it's not popular to say this, but we also know that probably there are employers who are holding positions open and not filling them when they probably should be filling them. And then, you know, there is a large pool of money that collects that then is spent somehow that we don't know. I mean, this is the whole criticism of it's a contract system and not a direct employment system. And so, you know, there is, and that is especially problematic if there is a perception that that's happening in crisis counties. And we've heard this from the people you would expect to hear this from, not public defense providers, but all of the people who are complaining that public defense isn't doing enough. You know, DAs, judges, other people saying, well, it's not fair because, you know, there are positions and people aren't hiring for positions, and you know, we're trying to be responsive to that. We're trying to thread a very difficult needle, and there's never going to be a perfect answer that's going to solve all of the concerns. No matter what lever we push or don't push, it's going to have systemic impacts, and it's difficult to thread that needle, but we need to do that. So are there other comments? Yes.
I want to make sure I understand this. So what would be the impact? I guess we don't have the data on it, but if I'm understanding this, we don't, the idea is we wouldn't recognize paid family leave as we would not recognize as a vacancy under the system. If we did recognize it, if we didn't recognize it as vacancy, what would be the impact if we supported paid family leave? Would it be a financial impact for us?
It would be a financial impact. So right now, under our current policy, my understanding, and it is not formalized, but my understanding is that when lawyers go on paid family leave, they the employer submits a vacancy notice to the agency. And so that vacancy is paid at 100% for the first 60 days. And then depending on the entity, it may be partially paid for an additional 60 days. So the entity is currently receiving compensation for those positions when people are out.
And the max tied up.
And the MAC is turned off, so there's no case.
Well, no, I mean, the ability to move it.
And we can't move it. So what this policy would do is it says that they have to notify us when somebody's on federal leave, and that the position authority stays for up to 120 days, but the compensation turns off and the MAC expectation turns off. So there's no expectation that they take cases, but we stop compensating the entity and they have position authority for 120 days. It also says that if after 120 days, or at any point in time that employee decides not to return from leave, that the entity would then have the standard vacancy policy apply, where they got 50% for that position for 60 days and then up to 120. They would then start recruiting for the position, so we would treat it like a regular recruitment.
So why wouldn't we treat it during the 120 days with wouldn't it make more sense to treat the 120 days for leave like a traditional vacancy, in that they still get 50%? Because the whole reason we're giving 50% is you still have overhead, you still have the other costs associated, you're not paying the person. So it seems kind of counterintuitive that you turn off like 100% off, but if the person doesn't come back, then they get 50% of the money back. That doesn't really make sense, I don't think.
We could, I mean,
So-
we could, instead of reducing it 100%, we could reduce it, we could treat it just like
an extended
regular vacancy, where they get 50% of the money while the person for the first 60 days. But instead of having it be only another 30 days, it's 120 days that the position authority stays with the entity, because it's both weeks of leave that that they could potentially have. So we could make it the same as the compensation that we pay for when somebody actually leaves. But keep the position free for 120 days instead of 90 days.
So there's a trade-off between. That isn't what I was suggesting. Hold on, that just to be clear, that isn't what I was suggesting. I was suggesting if it's a vacancy due to paid leave, we just give them 50% for the 120, and then if the person doesn't come back, then the regular vacancy rules would kick in. So it's kind of a hybrid, right? So it's different if a person leaves, and okay, now you have to hire someone versus no, they're coming back, they're just not picking up cases right now. So it would be, 120 days of 50%, and then if they say, let's just say at the end of it, they say they're not coming back, we're hiring, then the traditional vacancy policy would kick in, which means 60 more days. And it does extend that time, but it kind of like has a foot in each world for the paid leave piece. 60 more days of 50% and then 30 days of 0%.
That would mean that the agency is paying 50% on positions for up to 6 months.
What would be, yeah, that's, as opposed to what we do that now, right? How long is the extension?
Right now, the agency pays 100% for 2 months, $72,000 a year prorated monthly for 2 months. So we pay less, well, we pay more on the front end and then the 72,000 prorated monthly, and then it ends at 4 months. And so there isn't an additional 3-month hiring.
6 months. All right, what do you think about, Commissioner Harris? You're muted.
Those make fun of people that do that time and again over a conference, but anyway, can you remind me what the policy is? If someone has a vacancy, not family leave, but just they announced they have a vacancy, someone left, moved to Minnesota or something. And does that automatically immediately go down to 76,000 a month? Or does that also stay at full for 60 days?
Commissioner Harris, can you specify, do you mean current policy or the recommended policy for 25-27?
What's the current policy and what's the recommended policy in those situations?
The current policy is that when somebody has a vacancy, the agency compensates at 100% for the first 60 days. And then the agency may continue compensation at that prorated rate of 72,000 a year prorated for an additional 60 days. That's the current policy. Full compensation for 2 months and then partial compensation for 2 months potentially. The proposed policy is an immediate reduction to 50% for 2 months and then no funding but position authority to rehire for 1 month.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Commissioner Reinhardt.
Thanks. I'll be brief. It's when I was running a public defender's office, the thing I was most worried about is whether the people I hired for an upcoming law class would actually have a job that was funded, not whether vacancies would remain funded. I mean, yes, it's nice to have them remain funded, but the bigger issue is, can people start working in August when I hire them? The quality of the lawyers hired in incoming law classes is far higher than folks who are floating through the year who you might be able to grab in April or October or whenever. So is there a way that with our budgeting process that we can have floating FTEs? In other words, okay, Lane County doesn't need this funding in April because they don't have a position right now, but they certainly will in August. Is there a way to shift like that, or does that not work at all under the current budgeting model?
So we've moved to a mandated caseload model that involves caseload forecasting with the Office of Economic Analysis. So they are forecasting what cases will come out each biennium. Those are, because they're biennial forecasts, I believe they start in July. And so there is the way that forecasted model is built, it is not built for a whole lot of new lawyers to join public defense in September. And And that is something that we may be able to work on over time as we refine and recalibrate our caseload forecasting with DAS. But right now, that is a biennial forecast that is a July to July cycle. And this vacancy policy, or any policy, wasn't really built around the ability to hire for an incoming class. So we will find out when the legislative session resolves how much MAC we are allocated for the next biennium. So we'll find out in July, based on the caseload forecast and the current service level budget for would be X, right? Like right now, let's say it's 400 MAC, maybe it goes up to 450 MAC. We'll have the ability to start telling providers they can recruit for those positions starting in July. And I understand that that does not align well with the law school hiring class. There's not a lot that we can do about that in terms of, especially as we're dealing with a crisis right now, telling everybody we're going to wait and hire in September, October is relatively tone deaf for the current environment of people sitting in jails without having lawyers. So we're not really in a position where we can say to folks, yeah, sit on those positions and hire them in October instead of moving them now.
Thank you.
All right.
One more clarifying.
Yes.
So if a provider wanted to use something like paid family leave as a recruitment tool, in this policy, given that the vacancy approval is good for 120 days, they could do that. They'd have to pay for it themselves. They'd get 2 months at 50%, and they would have to cover the rest of it themselves, right?
Under this policy, it would be totally unfunded. So if the commission wanted, they could make it mirror the I'm leaving your office policy, where it does get partially funded for the first 2 months. But yes, they would have the position authority to do it. They have to self-fund it.
So I'm interested in hearing others' input, but I have a lot of questions and some ongoing concerns about like the pushing on one lever without fully understanding what would happen with the other. And I feel like there's more work that needs to be done on this particular policy. And I know that we need to move these along, but I mean, we're in April, and if we didn't move the vacancy policy forward until May and did some more work on it, I don't think it would end up in our next contracts. I mean, because our contracts have to go through the Department of Justice approval process. We're pretty tight on the timeline to get stuff over to them now. So I think if the commission doesn't look at this until May, that it will not make it into our 25-27 contracts. Well, I guess we could just take a vote on it, see where we end up.
So if we don't vote this today, we stick with the current policies that you outlined for Commissioner Harris.
Right, so it would be 100% funding for 2 months, and partial funding may be allowed for 2 months.
And the problem with sticking with the current policy is what? So we have all kinds of problems with the new policy. What specifically are the problems with the current policy so we can weigh problems against problems?
Sure, 100% funding for vacant positions for the first 2 months likely overcompensates entities for vacancies in a way that incentivizes them to not fill positions. Because if I can receive 100% funding, but I'm not paying anybody's salary, that's just profit to my entity that I can then use to fund other expenses like raises and that kind of stuff for my staff. So we're paying them 100% even though their expenses are not 100% for the first 2 months.
So let's say you have an entity, take a private nonprofit that has had the practice for years of hiring a class in September, which has a lot of benefits, including the benefits of being able to put those people through a training process as a group and not having to do it over and over again. It's more efficient, among other things, I would imagine. And let's say that under the current policy, that entity is not filling vacancies, not so that they can, have big parties and give raises and that kind of thing, but so they can have a fund of money available, a fund of vacancies available to be able to hire that class in the fall, right?
Yeah, they don't need the money to hire the class, they need the positions
the
to be
position.
funded in the fall in the
Yeah.
normal course.
So if the problem, or one of the problems for providers is the cadence of when new lawyers are available versus when vacancies come up, is there a way to is there a way to coordinate the vacancies and the money so that entities that have that practice can build up both a fund of the money that they need and the vacancies that they need in order to have that business model? I guess I'm not asking very.
Well, they have
coherently,
money
but-
though. If they're gonna hire, I'm just making this up. If they're gonna
Yeah.
hire 20 people in September, the agency's gonna fund 20 people in September. If that's available, they've always done that. There's,
Yeah, so
especially
the
in the
problem
crisis
is the
counties.
vacancies, not the money.
Well, it's the money is being accumulated and the vacancies are not being filled. And we know that attrition, we've learned and now know that attrition is attrition and the crisis counties are inextricably linked.
Yeah.
And so by not filling these vacancies in the middle of the year and taking 100% of funding for them, we are exacerbating a problem of unrepresented people because the positions are not being filled. It is a huge problem. It's a huge problem. So, I suppose a middle ground could be 60 days and you're done, which is the equivalent of 4 months at 50%. So if we don't adopt this policy and we stick with the current policy, the agency could just be very stringent about when, if at all, they allow any extensions for the 60 days. So you get your 60 days at 100% and then we're not gonna give you any more time. What do you think that impact would be? I'm not suggesting that we should do that. I even though it may sound like that, I'm asking what the impact would be if that happened.
Yeah, I think it's really hard to recruit for positions in 60 days. So I think we would see a lot of entities struggle to fill those positions in 60 days. And when you're recruiting for a job, it's really hard to recruit for a job if you don't know you have position authority to hire it, right? If I'm trying to bring you on and I say like, hey, Jennifer, I'll ask permission for you to start in July, but I don't know if I'm gonna have authority, like you're less likely to take that job than a job that you know is gonna exist in July. So I think it would have a detrimental effect on recruitment for us to say 60 days of position is done. The commission could keep the commission could potentially just, instead of saying you get 60 days of full funding, 60 days of 50% funding. And then otherwise keep the current policy the same. And Susan, to your point, our system does not align well with the practice of hiring a starting class in September. Law firms are making those offers to their students in September and October of their third year in school. And they would love to be able to say, we have a guaranteed position for you in 12 months when you finish and take the bar exam. And our model doesn't fit that. And so I think that people have done what they can within the structure and framework that we've built for them. And there does need to be a bigger conversation about how we create hiring opportunities for classes of law students, because that is an important recruitment tool.
Right. So All right.
Especially when firms are recruiting people outside of the Oregon, the 3 law schools in Oregon. I mean, I've seen over the last number of years an increase in recruiting people from out of state.
Yeah.
I can remember a time when virtually all public defenders came from one of the 3 Oregon law schools. I don't think that's true anymore.
And I mean, that's a program that the agency can work to develop and implement with providers. I don't think that the vacancy funding policy is the place to make that like dramatic change work.
So what was Commissioner Lipscomb's comment in the
chat box, just that he had to leave early.
Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna, what are commissioners' thoughts about changing the policy to be 50% vacancy funding for 60 days?
So our current policy, but instead of 100% for the first 60 days, dropping it down to 50% for the first 60 days.
Does anyone think that may be a better policy or not, or thoughts, Commissioner Leininger?
So I share your intuitive reaction that in the midst of this crisis, paying the full amount for a vacancy is worrisome. It's a trade-off in resources. We could be spending that money to support actual lawyering. So to me, 50% for 60 days sounds preferable to 100% for 60 days. In response to your question, I think that that's a good amendment.
Commissioner Harris, what do you think about current policy, but we change it to 60 days? I mean, sorry, we change it to 50% for 60 days instead of 100%.
Well, I've always supported that idea that if you're not paying the salary to the lawyer who departed, then that's not an expense you have on your books. And that makes perfectly good sense to me. And I think it's a balanced approach.
Other commissioners who are here thought about that. Commissioner Buckley?
Isn't that the policy that we have before us?
The policy you have before you is more complicated than that. It's a bigger change than what the commission is currently discussing.
Thank you.
What do you think, Commissioner?
Well, it seems to me, and I can't claim to understand all the details of this very well, but I'm finding it confusing, but
Me too.
that being said, I think first of all, there's evidently no really good answer to this. So it's a choice between which of these approaches is the least awful. I've seen heads nodding, so.
I'm riding with you.
Okay, and that being the case, I think it kind of comes, and correct me if I've got this wrong, but I think it kind of comes down to whether we favor providers or whether we favor people accused of crimes who are sitting around without lawyers. Do I have that right? And I think that's the situation. I think our moral and legal obligation is to favor providing lawyers for people who are sitting around without them.
And that's the needle we have to thread.
That's the needle we have to thread. And I'm willing to hear the opinions of people who understand this better than I do about the right way to thread the needle, but it seems to me that this 50% for 60 days seems to maybe be the right way to do it.
Do you have thoughts?
I mean, I'm generally on the outside, I kind of understand, but for me, I like the way Commissioner Mandelberg explained it. I feel like the best way to go is the way that's gonna be the best to serve the people who are being represented. But then I feel like the attorneys, I'm torn. I'm kind of torn. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't really understand it all, but I like the way Commissioner Mandel explained it.
So I'm sorry, I did not see that. Commissioner Reinhardt.
Just like with the previous item, it seems from the comments here that we don't, myself included, do not fully understand the difference between the old policy and the new policy. And we're now talking about the simplified idea of 50% for 60 days. That makes sense, but I feel that we're losing a lot in the analysis when we're talking about contracts that are going to be offered for 2 years. And this doesn't seem ripe for a vote today. That's my only point. And I mean, if I had my perfect world, it would be 50% for 60 days. And then you can apply for 50% more for 60 days if you're still making diligent efforts to hire someone, and you still got to pay the support staffer who you are funding. I agree with Rob. Let's not pay people who aren't on the books, but if their support staff costs, let's continue that. And this doesn't seem ready for a vote yet. I understand we have contractual constraints, but I've never signed a contract with OPDC that has not been an unmitigated disaster of contract law. And it appears we're headed in the same place when we do this raft of items all at once.
All right, so let's take you, Commissioner Reinhardt. So let's be very, very clear about what a motion might look like. So why don't you, Director Camphy, tell us again what the current policy is with changing it to 50% upfront. So outline specifically what if we adopted a motion today that was the current policy, except it would be 50% funding instead of 100%, what would that be?
The current policy is that for the first 60 days of a vacancy, the agency fully funds that vacancy.
And that would change to 50%.
And that would change to 50% under what the commission is talking about. And the current policy is permissive with regard to the agency funding for 120 days at $72,000 a year, prorated monthly.
What does that mean, prorated monthly?
Then you pay Commissioner Harris
$6,000
$6,000 a month.
And is it 120 additional days or 120 days total?
120 days total.
Okay.
The 120-day extension is not applied evenly across all provider types.
The 120 days includes the first 60 days, or it's
4 months total.
4 months total. Okay.
And I am asking the TSMD folks right now to tell me what the limitation is on who gets the 120-day extension, because it's not. That's the minor touch right now. So they're looking that up for me. We can come back to this and move to contract compliance, or we could potentially.
So a couple comments. One is, I know that we are way off the agenda, but I also know that this is the agency's and the commission's most pressing matter for today. And we are scheduled to have a break at 11:05, and the really hard timeline that we have is we've got presiding judge briefing at noon, and we have attorneys who have taken time out of their day to come speak with us at 12:15, and so I intend to adhere to those times, but the other times will be flexible, also understanding that we need to drive back West of Portland. So I'm gonna do as much as I can. So with that, I think the best use of our time now is to wait until you have the additional information on vacancies and move on to contract compliance. And then we can hopefully circle back around.
Okay, I do have it.
All right, thank you.
So the additional 60 days currently only applies to the following entities: nonprofit public defender offices, law firms with more than one member that contracts directly with the agency, and law firms within consortia that have one or more members taking public defense.
And that makes sense, of course, because if you're a single person, a single provider, and you're vacant, then you're vacant. So, okay. All right, so just to be clear, let me ask, is there a motion to adopt a change to the vacancy funding policy that would be consistent with the current policy that the agency has, except that during the first 60 days of any vacancy, that position would be funded at 50% instead of 100%?
Commissioner Leininger, so moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, and we need a vote.
Commissioner Nash,
Yes.
Commissioner Vanderberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Harvey,
Yes.
Commissioner Buckley,
Yes.
Commissioner Harris,
Yes.
Commissioner Leininger.
Yes.
All right, thank you. I know that was a very long and protracted discussion, but I think also very important and very necessary. So let's move on to contract compliance policy change.
Thank you. This policy change would give the agency more tools to enforce contract compliance in our contracts. And so it does a couple of important things. First, it sets out a process by which we would engage with providers around contract compliance issues. And it's not bounce back over to the right tab here. So the policy says that when a contractor agrees to accept appointments to represent clients, they do so in compliance with the contract terms as well as the Oregon Rules of Professional Conduct. That they are to monitor their case assignments for the lawyers that are performing work under that contract to stay within 15% of the contract under both the PCRP model, which is a longstanding rule, and the MAC model, which is was adopted in the last contract cycle. That the contractor agrees to monitor that the lawyers perform services under this contract are qualified to do so, and that individual lawyers fulfill their performance standard obligations for their new clients. It has enforcement provisions which are different from what is currently exists in our contract. So the enforcement provisions would indicate that when somebody is not in compliance with the contract terms, and that could mean not in compliance because they are not within 15% of the contract maximum, or not in compliance because of a quality performance issue. That the OPDC would start by meeting with the contractor to discuss the circumstances leading to the lack of the ability to meet that performance expectation. And we would identify what the causes are, so potentially changing filing trends within the jurisdiction, whether or not it's a lawyer's ethical responsibilities that is keeping them from taking at least 85% of their contracted caseload, whether the performance, whether there are other sort of performance issues. So we would have a meeting with the contract administrator to identify what is leading to the performance issue. We would then work with the contractor to develop a plan to bring the contractor up to the contract expectation. And so we'd have basically a performance management plan with the contractor to bring them into compliance. Those performance plans could include requirements that the contractor accept or refrain from accepting cases unless doing so would cause them to violate the rules of professional conduct. That the contractor accept cases from neighboring jurisdictions if, for example, there's decreased filing trends for juvenile in Multnomah County, that they take cases, juvenile cases in Columbia County, that type of a thing. Requirements that the contractor complete a training program or that the attorneys participate in a mentoring program. At the end of the performance management plan, the agency would decide whether or not it was necessary to impose corrective actions, and corrective actions could include withholding a percentage of contract funds for up to 90 days within and the contract funds we're looking at withholding are between 1% and 5% of the contract funds. The reason the agency identified that percentage is because all of our contracts have administrative fees on them, and the administrative fees are 5%. So the agency is not targeting MAC with that corrective action. We are targeting the administrative fees that are on the contract with that corrective action. That the corrective action could include reducing the FTE within a contract, or reducing the attorney's qualification level. So if a lawyer is Measure 11 qualified and there's a performance issue, we might reduce them to a minor felony qualification until that performance issue is ratified or rectified. Or we could require more intensive mentoring or oversight, or terminate the contract. This is both a better explanation of what the process would be to performance manage a contract, and it's an additional new tool for the agency, because under our current contract terms, we say that we can withhold contract payments, but withholding is different because we pay the money back to them. This would actually reduce the payment within that 1% to 5%. So it would be, we would keep the money that we withheld and then turn that back on when the problem is rectified, but we would not give them a back payment for the money.
So the policy actually doesn't say that. So I would say we should change the first word in 4A to reduce instead of withhold, because it still has the withhold language.
Thank you.
But this is, I mean, I really appreciate the work that is put into this. I think it provides a lot more clarity for everyone, for the agency, for contractors, for everyone, a lot more transparency about what's expected and what would happen if the expectations weren't met. So thank you for all of your hard work on this. Are there questions or concerns about this policy? All right, is there a motion to adopt the policy with the change to 4A? Instead of withhold an incremental 1%, it would be reduce an incremented 1%.
So,
All right, and a second?
Second.
All right, and a vote.
Commissioner Nash,
Yes.
Commissioner Mandelberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Harvey.
Yeah.
Commissioner Buckley,
Yes.
Commissioner Harris, Yes. Commissioner Leininger.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And it is 11:05, time for a break. So I just a couple comments before. I'm going to, I believe it was Commissioner Harris during our work group who made the comment that this really, we want to point out that the actions that the commission and the agency have taken in these contract changes is a significant step toward trying to ameliorate the issues with the unrepresented persons crisis. We've been given, as everyone knows, really strong direction, as Commissioner Harvey has pointed out, to try to solve this problem within current budgetary constraints, which is, as we know, impossible. But this is a significant step toward trying to address some of the issues that will be able to, we hope, ease some of those issues. It is not by any means going to solve that problem, but it should help with some problems that the agency's identified. And we appreciate very much the agency's work on that. And with that, we'll take a 15-minute break and be back at 11:20. And the next item we'll take up is the action item regarding the audit committee member confirmation. And then we'll move to the updates and get through as many of those as humanly possible in as short of time as possible. Thank you. approving audit committee members and new audit committee members. Director Campy.
Thank you. So our audit committee has 2 vacancies on it right now. The committee members went through a recruitment process and would like to add the 2 additional members that you have listed in your packet. They would also like to reappoint the existing audit committee members. And the agency is recommending that the commission appoint the 2 new members and reappoint the existing audit committee members. I will note that Commissioner Harris is the commission's liaison to the audit committee, and he may have follow-up information for the commission.
Commissioner Harris, do you have anything you'd like us to know?
No, I've reviewed the backgrounds of the 2 proposed members, and I would concur that they are qualified and capable, and I would recommend that we approve them as well as reapprove the current members. Thank you.
All right, can I treat that as a motion from you?
Yes.
All right, and is there a second? Second. All right, we're ready for vote.
Right, Commissioner Nash?
Yes.
Commissioner Mandenberg?
Yes.
Commissioner Harvey?
You stepped out for a moment.
Okay. Commissioner Buckley?
Yes.
Commissioner Harris?
Yes.
Commissioner Leininger?
Yes.
That is a quorum.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. All right, thank you very much. Next, moving on to the update regarding unrepresented persons in Oregon courts, attorney shortage.
Thank you. Mara, would you be so kind to pull up those slides? In addition to the agency's presentation on unrepresented, the commission has in its materials a report from the Oregon Judicial Department on unrepresented persons. And today offers us an opportunity to have more focused conversation, particularly in Jackson County, as we will be hearing later today from the presiding judge in Jackson County, as well as public defenders that are working here locally. So turning to our data report on unrepresented persons, next slide, please. We can see the statewide trends for unrepresented persons across the state of Oregon have remained pretty consistent with what we've been seeing for a while, that the in custody numbers are largely stable, and we're seeing a gradual increase in the out of custody unrepresented persons population. We have a few slides that are looking really just at Jackson County today. If you could, Laura, next slide. So the news is actually better in Jackson County than it is statewide. And so we have seen a decrease both in the in custody and out of custody unrepresented populations in Jackson County. I will note that one thing that Jackson County has done consistently well throughout the crisis is really strong coordination among the providers and the bench to focus on the in custody unrepresented population and making sure that folks that are in custody are assigned counsel. So even though Jackson County has had so it's been one of the worst crisis counties in terms of the largest population of unrepresented people, throughout the crisis, they consistently prioritized that unrepresented population and managed to keep it down, and it continues on a downward trend. The biggest change is that we're now starting to see a downward trend in the out of custody population as well. So we are looking at what might be impacting this. Next slide, please. And looking at the data from our unrepresented assignment coordinators. So this is work that OPDC is doing directly. I want to note before jumping into this that the vast majority of cases that are assigned in Jackson County are assigned through contractors. That's not the unrepresented folks. So after contractors take all the cases that they're taking under their contracts, somebody ends up on the unrepresented list, our assignment coordinators start looking to identify counsel for those individuals. And one of the really significant changes that we see happening in Jackson County is the trial division. So you can see in the dark blue the number of cases that are being taken by the trial division off of the unrepresented persons list. So historically, the unrepresented persons in Jackson County had largely been hourly with some contractors. And now we are still seeing contractors take unrepresented cases, but the trial division is having a larger impact than the hourly programs in Jackson County. So that is part of what we are identifying as a reason why we're starting to see the numbers come down in Jackson County. This is a more of a statewide look. So this is the bet chart assignment work that our assignment coordinators are doing statewide. And you can see that the trends in this have been pretty consistent with the majority of the cases being assigned in the crisis counties. And in total, our assignment coordinators have assigned 2,084 bet chart cases for 14,000 clients, or 1,400 clients. And so these are all cases where the person would have been released if we weren't able to identify a lawyer for them within the first 7 days. Our assignment coordinators focus on our tier 1 cases. Those are cases where the crime type creates a public safety concern. And so we've been really successful in assigning a lot of people counsel through this program.
Before you move on, I think it's worth talking about the types of cases that are being assigned under bet chart and how that intersects with maybe the expectations of the state trial division and how those have ended up being a little bit different than the original concept.
Sure. So when the trial division was first opened in Jackson County, it was established through Senate Bill 337, and the concept was that they would work on taking unrepresented persons cases. And the legislature gave us position authority for senior deputy lawyers, thinking that they would be taking homicide cases, most serious person-to-person felony cases as the primary bulk of their workload. Later in 2024, the legislature passed House Bill 4002, which recriminalized drug possession. That came with some additional positions, and so the concept there was that our trial division lawyers would be taking primarily drug cases. What we are seeing is that our providers under the contracts, they show up every day at arraignment and take cases under the contracts, and they are targeting the in custody unrepresented, the in custody population, sorry, not the unrepresented population, the in custody population. And then it's the cases that aren't assigned under contract that end up on the unrepresented list, where our assignment coordinators start looking for lawyers to take cases, and they're looking for lawyers to take cases in a couple different ways. They are contacting contractors and asking if they could take the cases under contract. They're also reaching out to private bar lawyers on hourly, and those folks tend to be more likely to say yes to cases that are paid at a higher hourly rate. Our most serious crime types are paid at a higher hourly rate. And then they are also looking to our trial division to take cases. Our trial division takes cases that are those tier 1 priority cases, but they tend to get the cases that are tier 1 priority, but at a lower case type because they have a lower case rate. So the tier 1 priority cases that fall within that category are largely domestic violence cases. You're going to get a lot of misdemeanor and minor felony domestic violence in those categories. Our trial division does take more serious crime types, but I think initially when the division was established, there was an expectation that they would be taking the most serious crime type. What we've seen as these 3 programs work together, the contract program, the hourly program, the trial division program, is that the hydraulics are such that we see trial division taking more of those misdemeanor or minor felony cases.
Well, and also they're more easily and readily available for appointment on bet chart cases, which tend to be largely those domestic violence and person misdemeanors by population. Those are the most significant, right?
Right, so the bed chart cases, we're seeing about almost 80% of bed chart cases are misdemeanors and minor felonies. So we would expect that if trial division is focusing on taking a lot of those cases, that they would also be taking large misdemeanor, minor felony cases.
Thank you.
And then the last slide that we have is a report out on our temporary hourly increase program. So this shows actual expenditures that the agency has paid through this program. You can see what those expenditures look like month over month. This is money that has walked out of our door. So it's not the invoices that are sitting in the queue, and it's not billing that we haven't received yet, but this is payments made. The program has successfully provided representation on 8,500 cases. So that's a lot of cases. I mean, the total unrepresented population is less than 4,000. So this is double that. You can see where we would be at as a state if we hadn't had this tool available to us. And they have provided representation, those lawyers have provided representation for about 5,600 clients.
And the fifth program is scheduled to end at the end of
this biennium.
This biennium.
It is scheduled to end at the end of this biennium. There is a current policy option package to extend it, although I am not hopeful that it will be extended. I think we need to be planning for it ending the end of this biennium.
And the commission has already approved hourly rates for its policy option package that are near that, but the funding for those at this point is still up in the air from the legislature, correct?
That's correct. That is one of the pieces of legislation that's currently pending, and I would expect that we are likely to see our hourly rates return to something more similar to what we had before, which is the $130 and $145 an hour rates.
Which I would think could potentially be problematic because the FIP program has been pretty successful, as we can see, and recruiting private bar, what I like to call part-time public defender lawyers into the system to take cases that we've not otherwise been able to find attorneys for. So just to be clear, the commission this is not something that's under the ability of the commission to do anything about. Depending on the funding that the legislature provides, it's going to dictate what the hourly rate will be. So providers I know will write to us in public comment about that, and I would suggest that it would be a very good use of time for providers to write to their legislators, especially those on Ways and Means, to talk about the hourly rates and the impact that it would have if they were reduced to a level that would disincentivize lawyers taking cases at an hourly rate.
And Commissioner, to just make your point a little bit more, the bed chart assignment coordinators that are assigning cases hourly, those are all FIP cases because they're all in custody, so they all qualify for that. So we've seen that our assignment coordinators have provided the majority of this assignment. The 1,300 cases have been under the FIP program. It is a program that is pretty critical to the unrepresented response that we've been able to implement. I think that is it for my unrepresented report.
Are there any questions or comments, commissioners?
Just looking at the numbers there, it comes out to about $6,600 per case. You know, is out with $57 million for that many cases. Pretty impressive.
Thank you. Moving on to Mr. Amador and the budget update. Thank you for driving down to give us your budget update.
Of course. It's a nice drive. Chair Nash, Vice Chair Rutherford, Members of the Commission.
You have to be over there.
If you're there? Yeah. Oh, okay. Even better, I can hold it.
Well, no, I could see it.
Oh, could you? I
thought Wes said it's due
Okay,
Hold on, let's see if it's showing. There you are, okay.
all right. Chair Nash, Vice Chair Mandelberg, members of the commission, name is Ralph Amador with the Oregon Public Defense Commission, here to present the budget presentation for the period ending February 28th of 2025. Here we have the adult criminal budget. We're showing a favorable balance of $9.5 million with a spending plan that's in place. They're currently spending at 79% of their budget to date. You'll notice that 8.3 million of this will go into the budget realignment that was passed recently in the legislature. And they're actively working a plan to manage the built-in projections at this point. The juvenile division is showing a modest overage, which is down about $50,000 from the last time we looked because of some changes. There is some money in the budget realignment that's going to cover this, and they're spending according to their plan. Parent-child representation program is showing a pretty significant overage here, and that's because there's not enough qualified expenditures in the program to draw down the appropriate level of 4E funding. There has to be, so we have to cover that with general fund when we can't draw down enough federal funds to match the expenditures. So in the budget realignment, we're asking for money to cover this. And when I talk about the budget realignment, there's a chart at the end of this that will show where we're moving money within the agency to cover some of these shortages. The next two slides are pre-authorized expense and court mandated expense. We're showing a pretty significant overage here, and this is because the commission made policy changes back in April to one, allow attorneys to bill monthly rather than billing at the end of the case. And you're going to see a variance in the court mandated expense as well, but this is because there's a lot more providers. This will not be 11 million at this time because we're moving $7.4 million of money into this program. So it will be less when we run the March projections, but it is significant because, and we're watching this on a weekly basis to monitor the expenditures. This represents investigation, this represents site charges, this represents other experts that go along with the cases. We have 4 assignment coordinators who are actively assigning cases, so we're covering the caseload on a greater scale. And with that comes more expenditures that we weren't really budgeted for at this time.
This is money out the door.
No, ma'am. Part of the spent is what's been out the door. The plan is part of the projections that we're seeing based on a rolling average of the last 3 to 4 months.
Okay, so that's how you're not doing it based on authorizations, you're doing it based on the expenditures from prior months.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
That would be the spent in the plan, yes.
And that's through the end of the biennium.
Yes, this is our projection towards the end of the biennium. Court mandated expense is showing a $6.8 million overage. Again, this is the hourly, we're assigning more hourly attorney costs, and they're able to bill monthly. And we would have realized these costs eventually, but because they're billing monthly instead of waiting 6 to 12 months to bill at the end of the case, now we've made it more profitable for people to take cases. It's working as an incentive for folks to cover cases because you're going to be paid next month rather than carrying the costs for the remainder of the case levels. We're putting $1.6 million more into this program through the budget realignment. But again, we're going to be looking, we're watching these on a weekly basis. We check the totals in our system every Monday because everything wraps up on Fridays. But again, we're watching this, and we have had conversations with LFO and CFO so that they do know that this is going on. So again, more to come on this as we get the new March numbers in to see how close we are. The pilot project, this is the trial representation or the Oregon Trial Division, whichever we're going to call it. This is spending as we expected it to spend. Some of this savings will go into
the hourly programs as well in the budget realignment. I think it should be at full staff at this point, and there aren't any other issues going on. Most of the savings is because of the time it took to staff up the offices in time. We expect that next biennium, these savings should not be there because we'd be at full staff and handling a bunch more cases at that time. Health division, this is showing an overage that we're actually bringing money into it, the realignment. This is because we had a salary adjustment based on some bargaining that was realized. So we had to pay out some more funds to people who weren't undercompensated. And we're fixing that. Plus we moved some lease payments out of ASD into this area so that we can do our proper reporting for GASB, I think. Next slide. Compliance Audit Performance Division. This is performing as we think it should perform. This is showing some savings basically because we've had some vacancies over the course of the biennium. Some of this money will go towards paying down to the hourly programs as well in realignment. But again, whatever savings we have there, we'll try and spend it wisely. ASD, this is the administrative division and the executive division. Again, we have savings there because we had some contractor savings, we've had some vacancy savings, but there's not a lot here. Again, some of this money will be moved over in the realignment as well, so it'll be a smaller number next month when we go through it. Financial case management, this will be moving some money as well over. This is a program that it's been talked about, and just because the procurement process has taken a while, the money we've had is just sitting there and goes in savings because it's not being spent at this time. Next biennium, when if we're awarded more money for this project, it should spend because we should be in contract by that time, and it will be in developing the program, the off-the-shelf program to continue going forward at that time. Last but not least, it's a special contracts and special programs, contracts and distributions area. The only thing left in this area is really discovery. And because we just pay discovery as it comes in, there's no real guardrails on it. It's projecting to go over a little bit, but we can't go over on this budget. We can only pay the money we have. So at this time. So last thing is.
So that just means you stop paying for discovery when we're not.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
This is what our bottom line looks like today. I'm sorry, not today, but it's at the end of February. March numbers will tell us something differently. But we're looking at $5.7 million hole at the end of the biennium that we'll have to try and cover. And then the last slide is just how this is what's happening, what has happened as when we're moving money around. We took from the adult trial division, CAP, exact ASD, and put it in the juvenile parent-child representation, pre-authorized expense, court-mandated expense. And so it's worth noting that in both pre-authorized expense and court-mandated expense, we've put, I think, close to $9 million into each of those programs to try and mitigate the expenses along with the hourly programs. And we'll just keep following that as we can. Not great news, but it is news.
Do you have? You probably don't have, but it might be helpful for us to be able to understand this, to be able to see how many cases were assigned to hourly, under the hourly, regardless of what the hourly program was. So let's just say in the court mandated up until January of 2025 versus how many from January 2025 to now, because I think my guess is that with the hires for the new assignment coordinators, that rate has really increased, and I think that would probably be beneficial, especially to the legislature, to explain why it is that our expenses are so much more than we thought they were going to be 6 months ago.
Chair, as we are actively doing that analysis so that we can see it, and it really started about October-ish is when they really started ramping up when the 4 people that we have came on board, and really started outperforming what our expectations were. The FIP, we had budgeted, when we did the realignment, we had asked for additional, we forecasted more in the FIP areas, which is what the 1.6 was to cover. And because we said, well, we're gonna ramp up the FIP. What we didn't see was the other hourly stuff. And the problem with the hourly stuff is that we can't see, because there's 20-something jurisdictions that assign cases, however they assign cases on each state, in each area. And we don't see those until we get the bill. And then when that bill comes, it's a monthly bill, it's gonna keep coming for the duration. We're trying to create data reports that will predict what, by case type, how much we can expect to come from these bills and everything else at this point. But it's just, for a budgetary person like myself, an accounting person, it's very scary to have things flying from behind that you can't really see, and there's no way to do. We have our program analysts. When I talk to them, they're like, "There's not a whole lot we can do to help you because we're not in every jurisdiction. We're talking to people and seeing how things are going."
So ultimately, pie in the sky, having an assignment, whatever size the population is, but an assignment coordinator that's a single entity that's assigning cases would be very beneficial for budgeting purposes, right?
Sure, Chair Nash, that would be my ideal world, where we had somebody in each jurisdiction assigning cases out off the docket every day to whoever they done it. And when I talked to the folks in Massachusetts, they asked, "Why don't you have that?" I'm like, "I don't." So.
All right, so what's the plan, Mr. Amador?
The plan is to continue monitoring expenditures through March. If we have to ask for supplemental funding, we will, but we want to be sure so that we don't end up with money on the table. So we're doing analysis on what we've seen so far, what's going out there, trying to compare it to any forecasts that we have, because we don't have a really good forecast for this biennium, and just trying to see what the trends are and do some trend analysis to figure out where we can see more hourly cases coming up. So if we have to go and ask for supplemental funding, we'll ask for it with the confidence that we're going to do this.
Right. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Amador? All right. Thank you, Mr. Amador. Thank you. All right. Moving next to the Oregon Trial Division briefing from Ms. Bartholomew.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Alyssa Bartholomew. I am the Senior Deputy Defender in the Southern Trial Region Division down here in Medford. I just wanted to give you guys a little brief update on what we have done since we opened our doors back in January of last year. First slide. So I pulled this slide up because I think it shows a little bit of what our MAC capacity would be if we, made it equivalent. The numbers that you see here are, we currently have 4 attorneys that are in our office, 5, including me, that take some cases. I currently have 3 homicide cases and 1 double homicide case. Other than that, my attorneys down here, we've got 4 of them. 2 are deputy defenders, 2 are senior defenders. And of that, all of them are over their MAC by quite a bit. The only one that's not is Mr. Ellen. He's at 97. So if you look at MAC equivalent, we're all over 100% if you take into that MAC equivalent. Next slide. Since January of 2024, so just 4 months ago, our office has taken 612 cases. What that equates to is we've got 163 here in Jackson County, 40 in Klamath Falls, and 6 over in Douglas County. We started with 326 cases that we were handling back in December of 2024. And as of today, our cases are up to 685 cases that we have taken. So we had more than doubled that amount in just a short period of time over that 4 months. Next slide. The cases that were resolved just since January, the beginning of January, is as follows. If you look at this, you can see that there are a number of cases that we've taken that have been resolved in very good manners. We've gotten cases that are going to the DUI diversion program down here, conditional discharge. We have had cases that are in our specialty court case, specialty courts down here. A lot of the cases we've had have been dismissed. I attribute that to the fact that we have these, wonderful investigators. We have 2 investigators that work in our office. They work in all of the counties. They go up to Douglas County, over to Clinton County, and in Jackson County. Their work has been highly pivotal in making sure that we have good results for our clients. In addition to that, our case managers, she has done a phenomenal job as well with outreach and being able to get mitigation information so that we can get these cases resolved in a good and timely manner. Next slide. I just want to touch on just a couple of the notable outcomes that we've had since joining the office. We've had so many great victories for the trial division. We've had attempted murders that we have bail reduced down by $330,000. We've had Measure 11s and firearm minimums that have been dropped. Clients have been put into treatment facilities. They've been inpatient, outpatient. We had a robbery 3 case that was treated as a misdemeanor. That client went into an inpatient program, and based on that, and that was highly because of our case manager, she was able to get this person into inpatient treatment, and that ended up resolving the case in just a misdemeanor. In addition to that, we've had multiple, and there's just a few, Measure 11 attempted murder cases that have been resolved with just probation and treatment court. And that's a big step considering the fact that these are people who are looking at prison cases and prison, looking at multiple years in prison, and to go down to just probation, optional probation and treatment court is incredible. Next slide. So the unique thing about the trial division is that when we get our cases, we get the veteran cases, but the custody status at our appointment, the majority of them are in custody. So about 56% of them are in custody. There's 1% that's at the state hospital. And then out of custody, we've got about 43%. So the majority of them are in custody, but there are quite a number that are out of custody as well. Next slide. What the trial division has done is we're trying to take a multi-pronged approach to addressing the unrepresented crisis. We're doing that by implementing some fresh ideas, such as an arraignment day. Typically in Jackson County, we have the consortiums, and also the nonprofit public defense office has taken all of those arraignment days. We have taken on 1 arraignment day a week so that we can try and ease that pressure. That is resulting, we just started that in April 1st. And so we've only been 2 weeks into it, but in that time frame, we've been able to take a number of cases so that we're not waiting until the end of the month to take those cases. We're taking them at the front end as well. We've put together, I've worked with the district attorney with putting together this early resolution program. We're working on putting together an early resolution docket so that a lot of those cases will be on 1 docket day so that we can get some of those unrepresented cases taken care of earlier rather than later. We're also working with the court administrator and also with the district attorney's office to put together a DUI diversion docket. That was something that had happened a while back that took a lot of those unrepresented cases off the list. We're going to start doing that as a trial division and getting that taken care of as well. We've also started looking into doing a probation violation only docket. So some of those cases that are on the unrepresented list, there are quite a number that are just probation violations. And we've talked about making that into a separate docket and trying to get through those as well. We've done a lot of community partner outreach. We've talked to people in the mental health community. We've talked to drug and alcohol treatment programs. We've talked to the veterans courts in Klamath County to try and see if we can get that implemented down here in Jackson County and also in Douglas County. And we've worked a lot with the domestic violence partnerships out there to try and see if we can bridge that gap. Our case manager has done a great and excellent job of trying to make that outreach and trying to connect people who are in custody and out of custody that are clients of ours with those things that are out there as well. The investigators and the case managers and the entire office as a whole have been doing so many things behind the background that we don't see and just on the forefront. With our clients, we have reunited clients with family. We've created and exercised and executed release plans for those people when they get out of custody, what are they gonna do, where are they gonna go? Speaking with the client's families to understand their backgrounds, what led up to the alleged, criminal conduct in itself. Talking with clients and helping them get through different programs that they can see and hopefully resolve their cases and also benefit them in the long run. In the community, after the case is resolved, we've connected clients with stable housing, restored their benefits, given them treatment options and getting them into treatments. We've obtained medical, drug treatment, and educational records for these people. Some of them don't have access to their records. And so we've been able to outreach and get that information from other states so that they can have that in their possession. We've connected clients with bus passes and bus tokens and other transportation so that once they're released, they have a place to go and they're not just walking randomly down the road. They have an actual transportation option for them, which a lot of them haven't had before. And the attorneys, they're working with the probation officers to obtain these mitigation factors and negotiating their cases and working with that to get better sentencing outcomes for the clients. Working with interpreters to perform, immigration rights project intake. So we're having that as a catalyst as well to try and help people who, don't speak the language to get them the broader information and the help that they need.
What's cyber works and Yago?
So those are different kind of case work that they can do. There are programs that you can do online. And that can help a client say it's say they have anger management issues. If they take those classes, then they can get certifications, and then that also can help with mitigation. Next one. So all in all, the Trauma Division has done a phenomenal job of trying to get the unrepresented list down. Again, the fact that we have done such a huge amount of difference in such a short amount of time. Jackson County used to be #1 in the state for unrepresented. Now, as of I think today, we're down to #3. I attribute that to the hard work that all of our attorneys, the investigators, the case managers, the legal assistants have done in this short period of time.
I'm going to read a text message I just got from Commissioner Reinhardt. I'm going to put him on the spot. Because it's important. We need to get Alyssa in front of the legislature whenever possible. She gives a great presentation and should be very helpful for outreach. Good call on getting her on the agenda today.
Thank you.
So I think that's absolutely true. And thank you so much. I was thinking exactly what Commissioner Reinhardt texted me while you were like, wow, this is great. And I'm looking at my watch. Spot on time wise too, so thank you. You're a very good trial lawyer, obviously. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
All right, next we will move on to Presiding Judge Bloom from Jackson County. If he is here.
The one to the door next to me.
We could take folks out of order. We do have a number of our local defense bar here to present to the commission, and
we do. Let's give like 30 seconds to see. I'd hate to start and then interrupt if it's going to be just a second, just a minute or so, but. Might also be just stuck in court. So we can start with our local providers, and per usual, if the judge interrupts, we're just gonna have to stop. How many times have we heard that? So, all right, so let's start with let's start with the whole panel. Go ahead and come on up and.
yeah, we could have them sit over here.
That sounds great.
That's for the owl to be able to pick up everybody.
All right, why don't we start with you introducing yourselves and.
John Hamilton, I am the administrator for the Jackson Juvenile Consortium.
I'm Clint Olborn, the administrator and executive director of SOP.
I'm Don Scales, the administrator of Los Abogados.
Janine Holmesworth, admin for Los Abogados.
Thank you.
So, we're just gonna kind of tag team this a little bit, I think. We were asked to kind of address how we assign cases in our county. So we are assigned a certain arraignment day for our groups. And then on that day, we take those cases, but mostly that ends up being the lodged cases that we're assigning for the majority of the time until our attorneys fill up on their FTE or however you want to say that. And then if one of the other groups isn't able to take a case due to a conflict or whatever, then we will assign that case. We kind of base a lot of this on attorneys and knowing their personalities and knowing like if they're out of town, we kind of can adjust their lodged based on that. It kind of eliminates the need to reassign the cases within our counties because we know, okay, this attorney's gone. This attorney has a huge trial going on. We can't assign lodged at that time. So that kind of helps. We pulled the remaining cases off of the unrepresented list and once our attorneys are full on their lodged.
Yeah, so basically, up until this month, SOPD, we take 3 of the 5 arraignment days. So we took Mondays, Tuesdays, and Fridays. And then in March or so, got an email from the court saying trial division will be taking Tuesdays. So they're now taking those Tuesdays, apparently appointing on those cases. We appoint on those cases as we go, but usually by the end of the month. Capacity is filled. One of the real big issues we have around here lately is jail access. And so we have attorneys that have anywhere from 6 to 10 clients in jail at a time with 60-day timelines or sometimes 14-day timelines on probation violations. And access is severely hampered. That was brought up at our last.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean?
Access and that?
Hampered like that, what do you mean?
So we are given basically, so historically there used to be 3 booths in our local jail to see, like attorney booths, like in person, uni. That way they expanded it to 7. However, as part of the expansion, some good things that are happening also have impacts on our ability to see clients. So they are now allowed, the treatment providers are able to get into jail, which historically hasn't really happened a lot. So that's an improvement, but they're also being said at the same time as all of us going to visit our clients in jail. There's also the court system that is then evaluating them whether they're eligible for court-appointed attorneys. So they're taking up booths. Jail medical,
So-
yeah, things that could be done behind.
So the attorneys don't have priority in visiting?
No, we specifically brought that up on Thursday at a meeting we had with the court, and we were told we would get an answer in the future.
But so who sets it? Sheriff sets that?
And so, and the biggest push locally is always, well, if we have a bigger jail, then this will be resolved. That's always what's kind of sold, at least from that end of things. And I appreciate the laughter, Commissioner. But yeah, that's kind of the response there. So there's definitely significant issues that way. Additionally, when you have, when you have 6 to 10 in custody clients with 60-day issues, we also have some new district attorney policies locally that are affecting that in regards to you set criminal cases, you set things for trial, that basically all offers will go away, and so we'll have to proceed to trial. When you're looking at basically you have 30 days to make a decision on something, you're hoping that a district attorney will respond to you and kind of arm's length negotiate with you. It makes things a lot more difficult. And then, like I said, in combination with the jail access. So we end up cutting off on the number of in-custody folks we can take because of, you know, a number of issues, basically ethical issues in regards to seeing them, actually being able to proceed on their case, taking care of the case in a constitutionally sound manner. So basically we'll go in and at least at SOPD and Los Abogados and also Rogue Valley Defenders, we've historically kind of split up the arraignment days, and on those days you have arraignments, you take the cases. Since this backlog of cases, we're only taking the in-custody cases on those days, and the out-of-custody folks end up going on a backlog of list backlog. And so they can, and then usually towards once in-custody capacity is kind of filled up ethically for our attorneys, we end up filling up the remainder of our MAC, as you call it, with out-of-custody appointments. And so those end up holding, and usually we try not to do those all at once, try and hold them off throughout the month. What will happen, inevitably someone will get a client that gets relodged and gets 3 new cases, and so then there's a whole bunch of MAC that gets eaten up by that and a new in-custody person. But so we try and vary that every couple of, usually the last 2 to 3 weeks of the month, because we're already usually full on in-custody towards the beginning of the month that way, because we end up, so we've been taking 3 of 5 days, so maybe taking 2 of 5 might affect that differently. But also, at least from my perspective, I lost attorneys to the trial division. They can pay higher wages, lower caseloads, as I mentioned in public comment this morning. And those are, you know, factors that have to deal with, and trying to, you know, new people coming in, as y'all passed the policy this morning, new people coming in usually don't have the capacity to take the same amount as seasoned attorneys. Not only just brand new attorneys, but even attorneys that have practiced in other jurisdictions. Each jurisdiction is different. In Oregon, each jurisdiction is different from the arraignment process. So kind of went on tangentially there, but that's, I mean, all those things come to fruition to make it so that our appointments, we limit ourselves to in custody in order to prevent people from getting basically stuck in a PCR position or a position where their client's not actually represented. We then, like I said, take people off the unrepresented list by order of how long they've been on the unrepresented list. Currently, there's the district attorneys created what's called EDP, the Early Disposition Program. Normally in EDP, but often enough, the statute specifically is written that it can be early disposition program is created by the local public safety coordinating council. This is not one of those though. This is just one that the DA has created. If you generally, in my reading of these early disposition programs in combination with 135.040, which is about appointment of counsel, it's intended in a system where you have substantive representation before arraignment. If you're going to be making a decision about whether to take an early disposition program, you usually have counsel. Under our current circumstances, that's not how it's set up. So our last meeting, I kind of threw Ms. Bartholomew under the bus and said, I know they talked about saying they would be partners in this. So I think that's kind of happening because under our MAC model, we don't have the ability to do that unless we contract for something separately, which when attorneys are saying, hey, I have so many cases I have to see people in custody, it doesn't really work to be, all right, here we can take these other cases. And so hopefully there'll be some fixes in the works on that, but that's caused some issues recently as well with people who are unrepresented, and then just asking basically to set over their arraignment because this early disposition program is not set up for, at least in my opinion, it would favor those who have the means to hire an attorney to talk about whether or not to take the early disposition program, as opposed to all of those indigent defendants, which are 90% of the populace that deals with these cases.
How long does the arraignment get settled on?
Hold on. I got a text message from one of the commissioners on video. What usually, I see myself on camera, but usually when we're talking, they don't know who's talking. So if we can identify ourselves and when we ask questions, I think that would be
It's Susan Vanderbilt asking, how long does the arraignment get settled over that?
So it's a brand, this EDP just began the 1st of April. And so I had arraignments yesterday morning, and I brought it up last week saying it's going to be an issue, but there was kind of in the middle of trying to create a response. So sorry, long way of answering your question. This time it was set to May 19th. So it was set over a month, but the issue is we know that the people that are going to qualify for EDP generally, I mean, it's misdemeanor cases, and people are waiting 4 to 6 months for an attorney on those cases. So this next arraignment appearance is going to be useless unless we somehow go, all right, you take priority, because you're going to lose this potential opportunity if you don't take advantage of it in this short time frame. And that's part of, I know, district attorney's policy in we're trying to reduce the backlog, which theoretically under a workload model, absolutely it would reduce this backlog, because if we did arraignments according to what statute intends, because then we would have substantive representation at their first appearance at arraignment. I know our court system is intending to change that. Well, no, sorry, not they're intending, but they're going to discuss changing the appointment process. Historically in Jackson County, you're not appointed an attorney until you appear for arraignment. But they're talking about allowing on the summons, sending out that they can come in and apply for an attorney and it will be granted before. Previously, you tried to go to the court and apply for an attorney before your first arraignment, they would inform you that you couldn't get an attorney until you were arraigned.
Thank you. So with that, I'm going to interrupt you for a moment, a little more than a moment, if you don't mind, because I see that Presiding Judge Bloom has walked in, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, it's
Thank
very
you.
nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you.
Let's make sure you're showing up on video. You are. I can see you. All right.
I was in the middle of a trial, tried to leave on time and maybe a few minutes late. But all right, and I apologize for that. No disrespect intended.
None taken. Thank you.
You know, I appreciate the work OPDC is doing, particularly the trial division lately has stepped up and started taking cases, which has been helpful, because to give you a little bit of perspective very quickly, when this crisis started, we had, well, first of all, the approximate number of defense providers has stayed about the same. Our caseload has gone down 20% from the caseload. And that's from a peak of, I believe, and I just looked at the numbers towards the end of March. I have to take off my glasses for a minute. In 2017, we had 7,111 criminal cases. 2018, we had 7,303 cases, and that's misdemeanors and felonies. Began to drop in 2019 to 6651, continued to drop in 2020 to 6402, 2021 5,240, 2022 4,813, 2023 4,386, 2024 was back up to 5,000, and now we're on pace for about those same numbers, about 5,000. So from the peak in 2019, we're roughly 20% down. And my math skills are not great, so we'll hold me to that. This year, our felony cases continue to go down. The misdemeanor cases are going up as a result of the DEM cases, the drug enforcement misdemeanors. So it's happening. But if you look at the historical way we had cases, we never had unrepresented cases until starting in April 2023. And they continue to climb, and that's consistent with when the map. So I think the attorneys in Jackson County work very, very hard. And I have fundamental problems with capping the ability of any professional to work on the case, because they're the ones who should decide whether they're available to take cases. And then it becomes a compensation issue. And that's out of my realm, except for to say, I think parity in compensation is important with the defense providers and prosecutors. And it's a relatively, I think, easy fix. Maybe I'm overfocusing estimating, but paying people for their work, you should pay public defenders, you know, consistently with what you pay, deputy attorney generals, and that's money well spent, and pay them on a case-based model. It's the only way to, I know there are drawbacks to that system, the dumping concerns and people just processing cases. I've been a judge for 14 years, I haven't seen that. Well, maybe, I take that back. Maybe there are concerns with certain people, and then you deal with those people according to providers. You hold cases, and that's how you deal with it. But attorneys who want to work and treating everyone the same just isn't working. The problem is one that was created because the average caseload is down for everyone. Because when the MAC didn't work and was crashing in April 2020, okay, I said 2023, we saw that coming and it continued to go up and continued in every month. So we switched from a year-long MAC to a monthly cap on cases. So all of a sudden, attorneys' cases went down, the average caseload about 50%. In our county, 2023, public defender had an average caseload of 58 in each individual attorney, this is per attorney. Consortium, their average was at that time about 46, and then we had hourly attorneys involved, and they were higher before. Consortium's always been very high. We're very lucky to have the consortium attorneys. They take everything. But, and the public defender, and it's been good. But the case numbers have dropped. And unfortunately, the trial division stepped up from a low of 4 in 2023, July 2023, to a low of 9, or sorry, 23 cases in July 2023, 26 in November 2024, and that's gone up a little bit, and we've seen that, because our case, on unrepresented cases, there were 1,000 in November 2024, and they're down to 600. So we are seeing some progress. I just don't think it's sustainable, because every month we're adding more unrepresented cases. So I would look at a way to see if there's a way to encourage people to take cases and get compensated. Because not all attorneys are the same. Just read the book, I don't need to digress, but I just read Why Nations Fail. And it's, it was by some Nobel Prize winner, couple people. Market economy works better than the alternative, saying this is all you can do. And we see that, because consortia attorneys, some of them can be civil cases, criminal defense cases and other family law cases. And all that work takes away from their ability to provide work on some cases, but they have to be the judges of those cases and what they can handle. And I think treating a brand new attorney like a seasoned attorney, someone who can do it, it's arbitrary. And we don't do that for any profession. And there's no question in my mind. No problem, MAC starts, problem. I think the fix it is to use that or make a payment model that encourages people to take cases if they're able to. I don't think there's an attorney, and if anything, this lesson has taught us, I don't think there's an attorney who's going to say, I can't take any more cases. No one's afraid to do that. They shouldn't. It should be up to the attorneys, and as long as they're paid in time and appropriate manner to take cases and provide representation. I'm happy to try to answer, and I don't want to be a dead horse, because I appreciate everyone's attempt to try to resolve this issue, to get representation for people, because right now we have over 600 people in the community, many of them who haven't had an attorney for a long time. It's bad for them. It damages. They're uncertain the whole time you're thinking about your case. I know as a judge, I think about my cases. I know attorneys think about their cases. I can't imagine being one of those people who don't have the legal background, thinking what's going on, what's happening. Can I go out of state? Can I make plans? I don't know what's going to happen. When the court comes call me in, am I going to get a warrant? Am I going to get lodged in jail? It's very frustrating. On the flip side, it's a community safety issue because people, you know, I'm not going to it's gonna be a while, we go out and do mischief. And, so there are reasons cases are prosecuted in a timely manner and defended in a timely manner. And we have a very good bar here. Great work. If they would do more, we would be able to. It's community safety issue, it's just not fair to these people, so anything the commission can do to resolve it, really try. And like I said, trial division has really stepped up in the last few months. We've seen that, and it's noticeable. Not to just leave it there, our local attorneys have always stepped up. They've always been willing to do that, and I appreciate it. So that's been a big help. Do you have any questions for me?
You go ahead first. No.
So, this is Commissioner Hart. Thank you, Judge, for what you said, and I agree with a lot of it. My question, I mean, I live in Portland, in Multnomah County, so quite a bit larger county, obviously, with more resources. And I not to presume anything, but I would think that one way to help with this issue, the unrepresented, is to offer more programs that the attorneys have direct access to. And I mean, you weren't here for my earlier statement, but it sounded like from the executive director's perspective, there's so many entities fighting against what they're doing, specifically trying to see people that they're representing in the jail. So I guess my question is there any discussion between the judges and the DA's office and the public defender's office for more resources, treatment, case management, mentors, things like that? Is that something that's a possibility?
I think we have a group that meets every quarter. It's a criminal group of criminal judges, me, I'm the presiding judge, and the defense providers, the sheriff's office, and community corrections, probation services. And I think that's a possibility. I think there are services. We have limited resources, but that's a possibility.
Do you see where that would help them?
I do.
Okay.
I do. I think that would help. I think it would be low hanging fruit to some things, but I think it's very important to have these diversion efforts and get them going early, and they can do that if people get on the same page, and that's between the DA and the defense attorney, and the court would certainly be willing to facilitate, and I think we do with accepting deferred sentences, conditional discharges, and where there's an option for treatment. I presided over a community family court in juvenile for a while, where these families with drug and alcohol problems who were in the dependency system. And the people that we helped in that court, the families, they got wraparound services. It was very effective. It just wasn't sustainable for a couple reasons. There were housing options that reunite children through DHS, with their children quicker. And it meant staying in the program longer. We had let fewer and fewer people doing it. It just wasn't penciling out. So that's a policy decision to make these options available. And we do what the legislature and the executive asked us to do, recognizing our independence. But in terms of making options available, following this. And I would certainly be willing to look into that, and I believe our DA is too. They have a situation, I mean, they definitely would be, in my opinion, so.
I have one question and then just kind of a
Sure.
comment. My question is, we've heard some feedback that it's difficult for attorneys to see their clients who are in custody.
I've heard that.
And so I practice in Benton County Courthouse, and we have a pretty, historically had a pretty close relationship between the elected DA, the sheriff, the presiding judge, and the defense representative, because we have a single provider there, who would meet regularly to talk about these issues and work through some process issues. Do you have, or are you willing to facilitate a discussion like that to help attorneys have more access to their clients who are in custody?
Sure, I think that's important. I just heard this at a criminal advisory meeting. That's what it's sort of talking about, we do it quarterly, but I think that's important. The thing we can't do, and it was suggested at that meeting, and I won't go to the person under the bus who said the suggestion, maybe come up with a presiding judge order to do that. I'm not gonna direct the sheriff.
Sure.
Tell them what to do. I don't think I do it, so.
Oh, sure, and I mean,
But
understood.
I would be in favor of encouraging that. It's very important that people can't meet with their clients.
And then just generally about caseloads, I mean, you are not wrong. The problem really came to light in 2023 with the unrepresented persons crisis, and it really was, that's when it started, and it really was because the commission put a cap, a maximum attorney capacity, and that in the legislature helped facilitate that, and that really was because through various different studies, you know, the commission learned and came to know that the requirements, well, not the requirements, the options to take as many cases as one wanted to and to be paid by case was unconstitutional. And so that's how the maximum attorney capacity, which is, everyone agrees is flawed. Yeah, everyone agrees it's flawed. The if it doesn't capture the work, it's got all kinds of problems. But we as a commission have not heard from any public defender that they would take more cases if they were allowed to. What we've heard is that they're taking as many cases. I mean, if they can take cases, more cases, they do take more cases. There is an hourly program, not for nonprofit public defenders, but an hourly program that's available for contractors who can take cases above their contracted amount. There are hourly attorneys that are that can take cases hourly. We've not had any nonprofit public defenders or state trial division come in and say, "Oh, just let us take as many cases as we want to. We're being limited. We wish we could do more." And I think, and I understand we're in a huge crisis. The commission understands we're in a huge crisis. But I'm not sure that requiring lawyers to take more cases is the way out of it. That's what got us into this ultimately.
I'm not saying requiring, but compensating on the case-based model and recognizing your concerns about the potential risk it puts on attorneys in deciding to take a case or dealing with it, not give the ethical risk in the situation. I think that exists in any representation of clients when you're getting paid in a case model.
Sure.
But in just like any profession, but I think attorneys have ethical obligations and we maintain them. I'm confident the attorneys who appear in my court are doing that. And I've known many of them a long time. We have a bar that's been fairly consistent for a long time. And I think if they were paid to represent people, I mean, they had higher caseloads before when the MAC wasn't in place. And they can't do cases. I'm confident, because I know one attorney did in Douglas County who works regularly in our county. I can't take any, but the situation in our county as opposed from some other counties, our attorneys will work really hard and do it. They would continue to do it if they were compensated for that, I believe. In a timely manner and appropriately. And the decision of the MAC has unfortunately, And I recognize the reasons why it was put in place to deal with what you stated as much. But it's a choice between 600 people now, so that's number, who are unrepresented, who providing them with representation. And when this happened at the start in June, or yes, in July 2023, we needed about 3 more attorneys. And then I think it was 3.5, and that would, under the MAC calculations, that would work. And then it grew. And so the issue is, how do we get out of that? And,
Money.
yeah, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And, pardon me?
We need to have more attorneys.
Yeah, we need to recruit and retain. And we need to, and the way you recruit and retain is adequate compensation and appropriate caseloads.
And the ball is in the legislature.
That's the issue. I mean, no, it's not in the legislative support entirely. You guys passed policies this morning that are completely tone deaf to the reality of the work. Public inquiry on it, and it's passed in a way that tries to get more out of the contract attorneys, where the compensation issue remains exactly the same.
And let me respond, this isn't mandatory. Policy changes that were proposed and approved were in direct response to budgetary limits being placed on the commission by the legislature. And let me speak for myself, and I probably for other people, I would love to pay public defenders on parity with district attorneys.
DOJ.
Or DOJ for that matter. And we cannot pay what the legislature doesn't provide us to use to pay. So I think we're all aware that there's a problem. I think we're all aware that we need more lawyers. I think we're all aware that we need better policies, but we're constrained by what the legislature makes available to us. So
it's true.
It's great to make the arguments to us. I'm hoping that people are making the same arguments to their legislative representatives. Because that's where the power lies to make necessary corrections.
And I could just add on, Peter Buckley, it was a political decision this morning as far as I was concerned.
Absolutely.
Because until we can show the legislature, because they have set skepticism towards public defense, that we're squeezing every dollar out of the MAC system, we can't even get to the conversation about compensation. So.
We have very few friends in the legislature.
Well, and I will also add that it's the legislature that is requiring us to continue the MAC system, even though the commission would rather not continue to use that system. So again.
And the statute, by the way, directs us not to continue it, and yet the budget is being funded under the MAC system.
Yeah, so we're limited in how much we can do when we all agree on what the problems are and many of the solutions.
And I just comment, and first I want to say, Ms. Vandenberg, did you teach at Lewis and Clark?
Up until 3 years ago.
So, yeah, I went there before. So I thought so. I didn't know you. I took the various few criminal classes at the time.
Well,
that's not true. I had criminal procedure and criminal law, so I did that. I thought it was nice to see you. My concern again, primarily with the people who are unrepresented, how do we find a way to get them compensation to think in the short term and the long term? That was my concern with the MAC. Well, it's obvious I don't care for it, but second of all, when it was implemented, we're gonna change the whole system and we don't have and I'm looking at it in hindsight, so it's easy, but we don't have a bridge in place. And the answer is, we need more attorneys, but we don't have it. we're doing the existing work with, again, almost the same amount of attorneys that we have in our caseload was 20% higher. And compensations clearly changed, or should change between 2017, 18, and now for the providers.
I mean,
I think they could do, if they could take more cases, so a few more.
I mean, as a commissioner who's had lived experience, having been represented by public defense, and I think back, and I always thought they deserved more money. I always thought that. When I was in the system, it wasn't nearly a shortage as it is right now. There was not nearly an issue of unrepresented people as there is now. But I always thought attorneys deserved more money, especially the good ones. I mean, I've had some dump trucks.
Did you just say judges deserve more money? Because I'm in support of that.
Overworking
I'm in
underpaid, so
support of
I
that.
get it. But, I mean, I've had some bad public defenders. I mean, seriously. But I've had some really good ones, and I always thought they deserved more money, and I spoke with one of them about it. And he said to me, you can't get blood from a turnip. And when I asked him that, I asked him what did he meant, what did he mean by that? He says it's all political. It has to come from the top. And so being on this commission for as long as I've been on this commission, I don't know anything about the law. I'm not an attorney. I do know right from wrong. And I know that, and this has nothing to do with your statement, but I do know what being scapegoat is and having a finger pointed at you all the time. And it's this commission, I believe the department is working as hard as we possibly can to get you guys what you need. But the powers that be, I mean, for lack of a better term, it's smoke and mirrors. They know what it is too. They know what we need, and they're, So anyway, I get emotional.
I get emotional about this too. It's changed my role as a judge. Dramatically, to find people how do we get people to represent us? Who are we gonna leave in the jail? Spinning around and deciding who to appoint people attorneys and creating additional workers to see who's got availability, calculate who's doing what. When all I want to see is that people are represented and we get cases resolved. And the three individuals, well, there's four, three attorneys sitting here. And I know all of them. Mr. Hamilton, when he started. And a public defender when he came to the community. Looking younger than he does now, but still young. And Don. And I saw great work from those individuals and from other attorneys. It's a hard job. I like lists. It helps me organize things in my head, so best sandwich places, best taco joints. Most important players in the criminal system. The hardest jobs. Number one for me was police officer. That's just a hard job because every time you open a door, you don't know that when you leave, you're gonna come home at midnight. When you go to stop a car, you don't know what's gonna happen. Public defense or defense, clearly, unbelievable. And the client to represent and defend. And they do a great job.
Commissioner Harris, go ahead.
Thank you. I think this is a great conversation. We've had several presentations by presiding judges over the last numerous months, and it's always great to hear from every one of them. And I think that probably because we adopted these policies early today, this has been discussion as much as a presentation. I think that the position of the local providers is really, I take it to heart. They don't love the fact that we essentially increased MAC, their utilization from these policies. But we have to be keenly aware of the unrepresented crisis, our necessity towards late state tax dollars, proper application in the correct counties, and making sure that at least the modifications and proposed policy changes we make to the MAC are consistent with work performed and the caseloads. And those are hard decisions. As Vice Chair Manenberg said, it would be preferable to reduce the MAC for everybody. But the circumstances are not such that we can do that. And I think that the conversation between the commissioners and today and the local providers and the judge sort of explain our uncomfortable position of making some of these decisions as a good faith down payment towards future reforms and future betterment of the system. I think that I would love to hear presiding judges, and I'm not picking on you, Judge Bloom, but I would love to hear presiding judges come in here, explain, you know, what the courts are doing. And I would love to have heard Mr. Neely this morning explain what the DAs and the retired DAs are doing that are so interested in fixing this system, because the defense attorneys are the least powerful people in this system. We have the least amount of it. We can't charge cases. We can't dismiss cases. We can't create treatment courts or diversion programs or early disposition. We're largely, defense lawyers are largely at the service of the system as it's presented by the legislatures, the courts, and the DAs. And yet fixing this problem all falls on us, according to some people. Not Judge Bloom, I'm not saying that, but to some people, it all seems to fall squarely on us, the defense providers, to fix. So we're doing the best. This commission is doing the best we can. We take everything. I think everyone comes and talks here in good faith, but I think we all look at it from our own silos, our own positions and our job responsibilities, and that's totally understandable. But until we look at this systemically, both on the legislature, the courts, the chief justice, the local presiding judges, the DAs, law enforcement, these all create issues. You know, in my county, in Washington County, if they either open a pod or close a pod at the jail, or they decrease visiting hours, or they don't let us call in, it all increases our caseload, our ability to service our cases, the amount of time it takes for each case. We have tons of body cams in this county. That takes a lot of extra time. So 5 years ago, 7 years ago, we didn't have as many body cams. Lawyers didn't have to look at this. That decreases the number of cases you can take. So even if filings go down, the work is still there because each work per case goes up. But when we look at it in a silo and we only look at the data we have or we're responsible for, we may not understand that, or we may not type that into account, or we may not see how that affects the entire system downstream from these decisions. And again, defense attorneys are way downstream. So these are great conversations to have. And I would just urge everyone to understand we are in a crisis because there are no easy solutions. We made some of these policy changes because we do have to make some realistic compromises given the politics and the budgets, the capabilities, the number of people we have wanting to do these jobs, the number of people leaving these jobs, the salaries that we're able to pay. I guess I just wanted to make a comment. This is a great conversation. I think it all sort of comes together because these policy changes, and I hope people continue to have these conversations. I'm going to be here to hopefully offer some advice or some ways out of this. It's a long process. It's not going to be solved this contract period or next contract period or the next contract period after that, most likely. But anyway, that's my observation. That's all I wanted to say today. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Harris.
We heard from the Lane County presiding judge a couple months back, talked about how they were able to do some scheduling changes within their system that had actually taken kind of the burden a little bit off of public defenders. Things like a certain schedule for the process to go through, being able to set a deadline when cases to be settled, et cetera.
Mandatory settlement conferences.
Mandatory. So have you looked into basically how the schedule impacts public defenders and changes that might be able to be made?
I think we've looked at the system, we've changed our system to be more like the other doctors, so we found to be more streamlined in getting cases to trial, which didn't include the settlement process, but a few years ago, we had mandatory settlement conferences. In our criminal judges, we've set up our court. We have judges who do primarily or almost exclusively criminal cases, and judges who do civil and family law, and judges who do the juvenile. And previously, the civil judges, so not to conflict any of the criminal judges, would do criminal settlements. We had mandatory settlement conferences set up in that case. Providers told us they didn't want to do that, the mandatory. They wanted to contact us if they could have that. So we're more than willing to institute settlement conferences. We have, just any of us. We have a hearings referee who does a lot of settlement conferences, and he's part of the early disposition program. And even for myself and the other civil judges, I know we all do that. We express that. So we don't have to set in stone right now. I think looking back at my days as a civil attorney, when counties had mandatory settlement conferences, the parties won't let it, wasn't a good time. But I think there are some advantages to doing it, to putting it out there, because it makes people work towards it. What I saw when it was mandatory, a lot of times would get continued or moved, and that was it's tough for the court to use those sessions otherwise, so it's easier if people contact us, say, hey, we want to try to settle. That's out.
Well, I'll push back slightly.
Sure.
I don't do very many criminal cases anymore just because of my service on the commission. I do mostly civil work now, but it's evolved almost in every case into a mandatory settlement conference just because I do domestic relations. We don't want to go to trial. So we'd rather do a settlement conference and help our clients along. One of the requirements for our court is that we have to provide the court at least 48 hours in advance of a maximum 4-page summary of our case, including the facts of the case. It's confidential. If it's emailed to the judge, the other side doesn't read it.
Sure.
We have to, the strengths and weaknesses of our case, the particular problems we see, are we having discovery issues, whatever. The benefit to that is it makes me and everyone else do work on their case ahead of time. So if you set a settlement conference far enough ahead of a trial setting or required it before a trial setting, my experience in criminal cases, it's the DA's office that doesn't open their file. They're just as overworked as we are. They don't review the discovery. If there's a mandatory settlement conference, they're going to have to do that because they're going to have to provide that before a case can get set for trial. And so, I mean, it may, even if you have well, people don't want it. If you make it mandatory, it doesn't matter if they want it.
Sure.
You get to decide that, and then they have to open their file. And what we've heard, one of the reforms that has been pushed by the defense bar that has not been successful is to set those kinds of deadlines because many cases get dismissed on the eve of trial because the state isn't ready to proceed because they just opened their file and realized they can't prosecute this case. So if you have those settlement conferences, and you can call them whatever you want them, but if they're not settlement conferences, but where people are required to do that kind of work, maybe some of those cases get moved out of the system faster.
I agree.
Just
I agree.
thought.
I agree, and you know, I will represent right now, and I think that's a great idea, and I'm more than happy. More than happy. I've done settlement conferences, more than happy to do it. And making it mandatory, it has some advantages, like you say. For that reason, divorces, I totally disagree.
Well, sometimes you do it to make your client listen to the judge, so.
I know, I get it, but I think do that on the record at the time, if they can't get it resolved. It's sort of like I'm trying, and my experience has been if I try to settle a domestic relations case, and I do it, parties have to, it's generally I'm trying the case twice.
Also true. Well, thank you. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you for the kind of open discussion. We really appreciate it.
I appreciate it, and I appreciate your all efforts that are trying to deal with the problem. It is a big problem, and it's an important problem. fundamental. It's what makes our country great, that we are a society governed by the rule of law. You need to have that process.
On your lips. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joseph.
Realize we're running a little behind, but important discussions, and so please continue.
Well, we kind of, we're kind of given 4 prompts essentially, I'm sure y'all are aware of. I think we kind of jumped side to side on those a little bit. However, there were a few things said that I just want to clarify. I know it was said that historically we had like 58 cases. I'm not sure what that is. I mean, currently I can tell you my attorneys have a rolling caseload of 48 to 140 cases.
We have data from OJ.
Okay. So I just wanted to clarify that. So basically, you know, I think we kind of went over the appointment process. Mostly, I think you're wondering about programs, processes, that how we can help move this along. From my perspective, SOPD, I mean, we do the majority of hiring in the area, at least bringing people in to the area. There's been a little bit of changes, but it's about 83% of local criminal defense practitioners have spent time at SOPD. That's how they got where they are doing what they're doing now. So we're the ones that bring people in, get them going in the system. See John, who's head next to me, that's where he would work with when he worked in the court system prior and then came down and worked here, and that's where they get their start to get handle and training and how things actually work. So, I mean, that's what we do. We're hiring new attorneys in the last 18 months. I've had attrition, absolutely. That attrition though has primarily been to other providers in the area. So they have gone on to represent more cases. And sometimes I think that those hires on, the way it's calculated is a little difficult, because I think sometimes it shows there might be hires in other areas and we're just backfilling the position, but really we're the ones filling those positions. So in the last 18 months, we've hired 5 attorneys, have 2 more on. I'm trying to hire for 3L class that will be graduating in that. And I expect more attrition along the way, particularly if OPDC has more funding for more positions, because they will recruit from my office. So that's how it works. That's the reality, is what I've been told. So that's just where things are. So, you know, there is that kind of 2-tiered system of payment, at least when it comes to specifically public defense providers, as in 100% fully public defense providers, as opposed to a system of consortia where you can also take a, you know, portion, you take your 0.9 or your 0.95 or whatever, maybe you take, and, you know, a portion of retained work as well. So basically hiring people on is how, I mean, the program, the process, like, I think I don't have time other than training people. I don't have the time to participate in these programs and processes, because usually it's kind of, I think, comes down on my shoulders, or maybe a few other attorneys that are pretty overloaded with cases. It's not usually something I can tell a brand new hire on. All right, we're gonna go do this meet and greet diversion extravaganza or whatever it might be, because they're not usually equipped for those kinds of things. And, you know, I think we've already discussed this, but most, I mean, one of the prompts was, so I have them pulled up on my phone here, I'm trying to make sure it's correct. I think one of the prompts was, you know, what improvements or suggestions for improvements. I think something has been touched on. And I think y'all have heard these same things over and over. I mean, public comment that was submitted, particularly from PDO, I ask you to, you know, read that again, despite the policies already being passed. Understand, you know, how you are stuck, you know, you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. But ultimately, what attorneys hear on that often enough, at least within my office, is it's diminishing their value. I think we've taken some great steps forward in the last few years on saying, no, public defense is valuable. And I think there was this moment in time a few years ago where everyone kind of believed, like, oh, once there's this backlog, there's going to be an outcry, like, oh my gosh, I can't imagine if this would ever happen in our system, in our state, in our nation. Clearly that hasn't been the outcry that we thought it might be. And I think because of that, there are some reactionary steps that are taken, like this partial weighting, different compliance policies in that might be. And so I think because of the nature of those things and the position you're put in, the message that a lot of attorneys get under the contract regimen is that their value is diminished. And I think you all recognize that. I'm not trying to say like you're trying to point that finger. You're stuck in a hard place on how do you approve, how do you do what the legislature wants you to do. But ultimately, I think sometimes, public defenders, we're always the ones standing up for people. That's what we're doing. And we're used to being at the bottom of the pile. That's just how it works. As Commissioner Harris stated, we don't have the power. We know we don't. But policies like this make us feel even less powerful and make us feel like we are not appreciated.
Can I ask a question? This is Susan.
Yeah.
Given that you understand that we're between a rock and a hard place, as you put it, is there anything that we can do that's within our power? I mean, I was a public defender. I understand how that works. Is there anything that we can do that's within our power to do that would make people in your office, any of your offices, understand how much we value them? Is there anything we can do that we have the power to do that would have some beneficial psychological effect? Because I think if there is, we'd be happy to do it. It's just a question of being able to do it within the political and legal constraints that we're operating under.
I hear John wants to say so.
John Hamilton, consortium. Some measurement besides cases, right?
For example?
So this whole thing started with the Sixth Amendment study about crappy work being done or unconstitutional work being done by attorneys who were gobbling up every dollar they possibly could. That wasn't true of every attorney, and there was a minority of attorneys that were put in that position and were taking more cases than they should have. The only measure that matters, and the policies that were passed today demonstrate that, is am I swallowing the entire fire hose, right? Is every case being shoved down my throat you possibly can? The measure that started this was the quality of the work and the quality of the representation. Where is that measure in any of this discussion? We have attorneys doing fantastic work, and no one said, oh, Clint hasn't had a single PCR filing filed against him in 10 years, right? Or none of them have gotten traction, or his clients, are grateful. None of those measures.
Given the size of the system and how many different entities are providing the representation, and given the size of the staff in the agency, can you give us some suggestions of how we would be able to even be aware of, let alone complement the kinds of measures that you're suggesting, which I agree with you are absolutely wonderful measures, absolutely great measures. Of course, the commission itself has one staff person. The agency has a limited staff. Again, because of resources made available to them. So, for example, if the I'm gonna use the word burden, right, were put on providers every month or every quarter to say, report to the commission. These are some really amazing positive things that have gone on in our agency or in our consortium or in our firm. These are some successes we've had. I don't even know how to know that those successes are going on. It's not reported to me. And right now, as I understand it, they can correct me if I'm wrong, the agency doesn't have the mechanisms for keeping track of that on a regular basis. So if you all were able to report to us successes and wonderful things that are going on, we might have some material to work with to further one of our goals of not only making public defenders feel valued, but being able to publicize more to the world at large why public defenders are valued, right?
I would recommend partnering with academia and one of the universities. that-
Can I start telling you why I don't think that?
Okay, you asked me that. I have worked successfully with academia. The family court program that Judge Bloom was describing was validated and research from Florida State University.
So here's the, I mean, this is like, we've gone completely sideways, but.
I got my
think it's
script. I can
super
stick to a
important.
script.
No, this is, so I want you to know this job, this volunteer job has been the single most difficult thing that I've done in my entire professional career, and also very rewarding, but it is, I'm out of my wheelhouse in so many areas. And the biggest one is walking into the legislature. Well, I almost went off and, walking into the legislature and having to field questions from people who are not lawyers and are not familiar with public defense, who ask the same question over and over again, and I'm gonna tell you what that question is. I don't understand what you have done with the $100 million investment that we've made in public defense over the last 2 years. Why haven't you solved the unrepresented problem? If I had $1 for every time I heard that, we have answers, we give them answers, and none of them are satisfying. And I understand why. Well, I mean, I've spent many hours thinking about this, and I understand why, because, you know, we're playing inside baseball. You know, we understand, I walked into this, I mean, you may have heard me say this before, I walked into this thinking 2.5 years ago, oh, this is easy. You just give us enough money, we'll fix the problem. This is not just a money problem. Money would help, but it is not just a money problem. And to try to explain the complexity of that to someone in a one-pager is impossible. And it is, if we figured out a way to do that, it would go a really long way. And the pressure, I mean, I'll tell you 3 things that are really, really important that need to happen like right away. You know, you're talking about, you know, quality. Guess what's in front of the legislature right now? A bill that changes the standards from adopting the national or regional best practices to constitutionally mandated. And a statement from the chair of that committee that he's not trying to change the standards. It's really just to try to bring things in line to where he thinks they need to be. Okay, I take him at his word, but I think that although that's what his intent is, that's not what everyone else who's going to read that bill will think. In that same bill, going to strip the commission of its independence, and a meeting like this where the governor is unhappy because we're subordinate to the governor, I don't mean this governor, but a governor who doesn't like what we're saying, we can all be terminated the same way the chief justice dissolved the last commission. The governor could dissolve this commission as well, or any commission going forward. The executive could terminate the executive director for cause, and we all know what for cause means. It means anything. And we'll strip our independence. We'll require consortia to do a whole bunch of things that someone came up with that we're not really sure, but could be done by rulemaking with the agency. But again, it's going to be, at least if the current bill passes, it will be in statutory form. And a recessionary budget because of the current administration's policies. So we're being asked to look at cuts. So what does that mean? We're gonna have a bigger unrepresented problem. And the more we talk about that, and the more we talk to the legislature about the realities of the situation, the better off we're going to be. And the better off is not good. It's bad. And it is, you know, the worst of just trying to make the best of a situation that has no good in it. And I know I've been a practicing attorney for a very long time. I was a consortium administrator for 17 years. I know I wholeheartedly believe in public defense, so does everyone on this commission, and I understand your frustrations. And we believe them, and we believe that you should be paid more and have lower caseloads and be able to work as long as you want to work, because nobody here does the work because, you know, you're gonna become a lucrative, rich person doing this work. We're all doing this work because we're committed to the work. And we need your help. There's only so much we can do, and we need you to, I mean, you know, the lobbyist for OCD always would say this for years, right? But it's true. You need to develop and cultivate a relationship with your legislators and take them out to coffee, explain all of this to them, tell them why it matters. And I have learned over this 2.5 years that matters. Those relationships with legislators matter. The last person to leave the room really does matter. If they're hearing, good and bad, believe me, because there's some people who are chirping in legislators' ears that are like, where did that come from? And it goes and takes off. So we need to be the loudest voice in the room and the most common voice in the room. And you can help us help you by doing that, so that we can have, you know, all of the help from everyone. Understanding that also the legislators have nothing but bad choices too, because they have a limited budget and they have very serious problems that they need to solve. Like 5 minutes, soapbox, sorry, but I think it's important that we all need to be on the same page too. I mean, the 30 years I've been doing this, we're all fighting, we're fighting in a scarcity, it's a scarcity mentality, we're all fighting over a smaller and smaller
The
pie.
other part of it is that people are focusing on the supply side, which is public defenders.
Yeah.
And nobody's taking the responsibility, as far as I can tell, to deal with the contributions on the demand side. District attorneys, courts that don't regulate their dockets sufficiently, sheriff's departments that don't allow people to see their clients. And so, as Commissioner Harris mentioned before, until people start taking a systemic approach to this, we're gonna continue to be hitting our heads against some brick wall of some problem that we are not able to solve. And I think that message has to be communicated to the people who have power to do something about a systemic solution, which again is the political branches of this government.
That was very pertinent to hear Mr. Neely start reading that article on that study, and I was thinking I was going to reach out to him after this meeting to talk about that, because it talked about the demand side and how important that was. And so maybe there's some room there for a discussion about having district attorneys get on board to try to deal with some of those issues too. You know, if it can happen, that would be great.
Sorry, just to follow up, but I think with your question,
Yes.
sorry.
No, sorry.
No. So at least from SLPD's position, and it's unique, like I said, maybe to, I mean, a number of things. But in regards to things that could be helpful, I mean, I think, you know, being in academia with students, I think the mentality and mindset has changed a lot, at least even from the time I went to law school, to be more around, I mean, there is a lot of push about the constitutional concerns of when you're representing people in public defense. And that I've seen that just in people I've interviewed for jobs. And I really appreciate it. I think that's fantastic. And so, I mean, part of that I'm saying is, so I think these little messages, and I said I understand the rock and the hard place, but I'm saying these little messages, ones where I have to come back and be like, well, no, we really will support you. Even though, you know, I know you're seeing like things are being said that like, oh, it's diminishing, you know, your value or whatever, and you're worth basically a MAC number. Like, no, that's not where we stand. You know, we actually appreciate you as a person. I think trying to create like some sort of other structure saying, oh, these are the great things that have happened in public defense. I think it's more of a platitude. I don't think it has as much value. I mean, I think I'll go back to a few years ago when we got Public Defense Day and got a letter or something that said, thank you for being a public defender. I don't know how many jokes I heard, like, you know, that day. So that's what I'm saying. I don't think anything along those lines or even stepping up that is gonna be, the thing. It's appreciated. It's more having someone to know that, I mean, that's what's great about at least SOPD where people know they have one another's backs. Like, yeah, everyone else might be out to get you, but you know that you can trust, person. I mean, it's a little exaggerated, but the person in the trenches next to you, you can trust them, right? Hey, I know I can trust them to look out for me and look out for my client and have my back. So there's that. Ultimately, we all know we need more attorneys. That's just what it is. So I mean, I think the one thing is I know OPDC has a recruiter because they reached out to me after they hired on an attorney of mine too, asking for feedback. So I know they have that. So I mean, I think the access to something like that and maybe even recruiting sites that recruiter might have, I mean, things like that, but I understand there's a problem between in-house and out-of-house, but the issue I have is when they're recruiting from in-house, out of my house, then I don't have the ability to go, I mean, recruiters are expensive. It's a whole salary position for,
We had a
certain
talk
seats,
for
so.
that, it didn't make it.
Yeah, so, I mean, those are things.
Top one away, there's the cheap one, and it didn't make it into the budget.
And the other thing about reporting on good things that are happening, I understand that that would maybe not help the lawyers and the staff who are working in the office, although people, I think, like to be congratulated on, I mean, we had a presentation from state public defender, right? But it would give us the ability to give that message to the other people outside the system who matter, right? If I'm talking to a legislator and I say, well, public defenders do this and they do that, and they help diminish recidivism because of the kind of work that they do with their clients, and the reaction is skeptical, right? You're just trying to get guilty people off. What are you talking about, right? But if there are actual examples of how public defenders help public safety, right? That would go some way. We're all used to being considered not very much better than the clients we represent, and they don't consider our clients to be very good, even though we know that our clients are human beings who've had some bad luck or made bad decisions, right? Or haven't made bad decisions but are being accused of making bad decisions. We need help getting that message to the people who are funding us. We don't understand all that.
And so I just separate, I have an attorney in my office. I think he's gonna probably testify before the Ways and Means Committee in a couple weeks.
Okay.
But he's worked there for about 30 years. And when I was, I mean, he can lay out like, hey, this is how much money I've saved. I've saved the government, right? I mean, I've saved by being a public defender. I've saved this much money because instead of someone going to prison for something they didn't do, they got acquitted.
That's right.
Instead of, that's how we save money.
That's
We
right.
save money by our job actually saves the government money if they pay attention to it.
That's a good message.
But it's hard, it's a hard message to hear because people don't want to hear, well, they got acquitted. Well, that didn't save us money. You just let a criminal go. And so it's no, this is how the system works. And if you believe in the system, then this is the step forward.
Big if for some people.
I'm sorry.
Big if for some
Yes,
people.
yes. I also just, I appreciate all of y'all's time because I know it is a thankless job and I know it's a lot of volunteer time on y'all. And I just really appreciate it.
Speaking of that, very good.
And I got a job at the board.
Mr. Scales, we have not heard anything from you.
I don't have a lot to say. Actually, I wasn't planning on presenting anything, but I hope nobody thinks less of me. I may sound really obtuse with this question. And I may be kind of talking against my personal beliefs. When Judge Bloom was talking about the problem kind of started with the MAC. Now, I understand we got into the MAC because the Sixth Amendment Center deemed unconstitutional to, be paid by the case and whatnot. I guess this is a question that's been bothering me for a long time. Has there been a judicial determination that it's unconstitutional, or is this a Sixth Amendment centered determination that it's unconstitutional?
Not in Oregon is the short answer. There was that case, I can't think of the name of, in Washington that basically said, yes, it's a denial, it's a Sixth Amendment denial of counsel when there's inadequate, or when there's excessive caseloads, and gave some really specific examples of what was happening in those cases
Okay,
that led to that conclusion.
so there has been a judicial
Yes,
determination that
but
it's
not in Oregon.
unconstitutional. Okay, thank you for that. Getting to Judge Bloom's point, and once again, I don't want to be talking against myself. I can look at a case now and probably determine within a fairly finite period of time how the case is going to resolve. And that's just based on experience, having done it for 20 something years. I can't do it as efficiently, or I didn't do it as efficiently in 1997 as I do in 2025. That being said, what I guess I'm saying, and once again, you're probably going to think I need to have my head examined, I probably could handle more cases. Because I have to say, on a completely honest and completely candid level, the MAC has been wonderful for me because I feel more rested. I can put more time on my clients, more time on my cases, and I feel like I'm taking into the efficiencies that I've developed over these years and having that ability to not have to work with 140 cases on my caseload. I really don't know where I'm going with this because I'm kind of in favor of the MAC, but at the same time, I can see Judge Bloom's position.
I hear you, and what we've heard that before, and what we've heard is that experienced attorneys can take more cases than inexperienced attorneys. So one of the policies we passed was really dealing with the inexperienced attorneys. And on the other end, it's difficult for nonprofit public defenders because it's a different entity, but certainly for consortia lawyers, they have the ability to take cases in excess of MAC if they can certify under oath that they have the ability to do that on a case-by-case basis. And so there has been some, that is happening, but it's not happening in the nonprofit sector because there's no good way to do that we figured out yet.
What I can see, just based on my experience when we were taking cases, in 2016, 2017, we were taking just a humongous amount of cases. And ultimately, we were compensated on the back end for it. And I have to say, I didn't feel guilty when I put the check in the bank because I thought, I did this work, but I did feel like, wow, we're getting paid a huge chunk of money. And overage, I think is what it was called at the time. Obviously, I'm not going to turn down the money because we did the work. But at the end of it, I thought to myself, we were kind of treading water. We were gasping for air. There were so many cases coming in, and you wake up at 3 a.m. thinking about, I've got to do this, I've got to do this, I've got to do this. It was miserable, but ultimately we made it to the other side. Getting back to maybe a little bit more of my personal feelings, I think the public defender offices are very much, maybe not underappreciated, but I think we really need to focus on them because they're the training ground for all of the people that move on to the consortia or move on to the trial division. They need to have as much in the way of compensation for people to do training and mentoring and all of those things. And quite frankly, once again, the 800-pound gorilla in the room, we need more money to attract people that get out of law school with $150,000 in student loan debt to take whatever you get paid. I know you get paid less than DAs. I know DAs get paid less than attorneys general. But I think until we decide that attorneys general, if they are the gold standard and everybody needs to be paid for doing basically the same work, we're never really going to see any movement. But once again, at the same time, I also understand the rock and the hard place that you're between we have to be good to the legislature. We want to make them happy. We want them to fund us, and we don't want to upset them too much. So I really didn't have any prepared remarks. So I kind of blithered for a while here, but I appreciate what everybody is doing, and I love my job. That's why, I used to think, I have an MBA in finance. I speak Mandarin Chinese. I have a law degree. and I can go do international business or whatever I want to do, but I've done this for 27 years and I love it and I wouldn't change it for a minute. So that's my,
Thank
my
you.
2 cents.
Well, we really appreciate your time and we really appreciate the open dialogue and the feedback. Please keep giving it because it's the single most useful thing I think that happens during this meeting is what happens.
No, I'm good.
Okay, all right.
I'm grateful that you guys are good.
All right, well, and with that, we have a couple, I know we're running over, we have a couple things we need to do before we adjourn. Actually, maybe just one thing that we need to do.
I think the only remaining thing on the agenda is the FCMS.
Right.
Which Mr. Martin does have slides as well that will be submitted into the record.
Yeah, I think that makes sense because I think that we need just a brief update of what's happening with FCMS. And then we can. All right, Mr. Martin, I know we're running very behind and people are anxious to start driving and I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'm going to. If you could we'll submit your slides, but if you could kind of give us the highlights of things that we need to know about what's happening, that would be great.
Absolutely. Am I coming in okay?
Yes, you are.
All right. So you want me to present without slides and just speak in generalities?
That would be wonderful. Thank you.
All right.
Yes.
Happy to do so. So Chair Nash, Vice Chair Mandenberg, my name is Dave Martin. I'm the Chief Information Officer here to talk about financial case management system. The real short version is we are in the procurement phase of the project. We have completed phase 1 of vendor evaluations where we have reviewed their written proposals and we are moving into and have begun phase 2 of those evaluations, which includes some RFP request for proposal addendums, as well as scheduling vendors for the actual demonstrations. I expect that we will have the conclusion of those demonstrations completed in July, if I recall the schedule correctly. Looking through, I do have the printout of the slides in front of me, so I'm looking over my slides to make sure I'm not missing anything large here. We have the procurement schedule slides. If you review it later, it does show some dates beyond the phase 2 evaluation. It does go out, and I want to just say that we will be revising the schedule once we have an idea of who the vendor is. The selection of that vendor is going to impact highly variably to the schedule itself. And so we have just estimates on a schedule at this point, but what I can really promise out is a July milestone around those evaluations being completed. Looking at accomplishments, I think a lot of it's rehash. Budget. We're finishing up the seasons of Ways and Means. The end of last month was when we presented. We are still in close collaboration with LFO on budget projection, documentation, and whatnot. But we are still expecting to see budget funding approval determinations in that June-July timeframe. And that's my presentation in a nutshell.
Perfect. Thank you.
Of course.
We appreciate it, and we really appreciate you waiting all this time to make your presentation, even though we're way over time. So thank you again. All right. And with that,
thank you.
Thank you. And with that, unless there's anything else, I will adjourn the meeting. Mr. Harris, do you have anything to say, Commissioner Harris? No. All right. And with that, we'll adjourn the meeting. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you for your patience.